The Board of Trustees of the Lamar Consolidated Independent School District is called to order at 6:30 p.m. This is the regular monthly board meeting being held on June 17th, 2025. We have a quorum with all members present. Please join me in a moment of silence to observe as you feel appropriate. Okay, please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and pledge to the Texas flag led by Sadie Folliter, a soon-to-be 7th grader at Lehman Junior High School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now honor the Texas flag. I pledge the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, and indivisible.
Thank you, Sadie. Good job. Okay. Our next item is introductions or recognitions. Are there any recognitions?
Yes, ma'am, Madam President, we have a few recognitions. I'll have Ms. Coham to come to the podium.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Nivens, and the Lamar CISD community, and those who have joined us in person or virtually tonight. School may be out for the summer, but exciting things are still happening across our district. Our Lamar CISD students keep bringing home awards, and our district leaders are doing some great things, preparing Lamar CISD for the new year and beyond. Kicking off our recognitions this evening is a major announcement. And you know what? I think I may need some help. Let me see. Is my help on the way to help me with this next announcement? I'm going to call forward a special surprise guest to present this first recognition. We're honored tonight to have Dr. Rodney Watson, Executive Director of Region 4, here with us, along with several members of the Region 4 team. And at this time, I want to hand the podium over to Dr. Rodney Watson. So for the folks at home who wonder, like, what's the fuss about? Dr. Watson, would you like to come back for a moment?
So this is truly a remarkable recognition for you, Dr. Nivens. Just a little bit of background. We have over 90 superintendents in Region 4. And this is not an award that your district can apply for you. This is not an award in terms of your administrative staff, but this is an award that board members across the region and across the state, that they apply for their superintendents to acknowledge all the contribution and the work that you've done. And so you are the 2025 Region 4 Superintendent of the Year. We'll be back a little later to really go over some accolades. So we're gonna come back and go over some accolades, but we want you to know that you definitely represent Region 4 in your community well. We look forward to you going on to the state competition where you'll be competing against all 20 regions, and we want you to represent Region 4 and bring home the award for your district and our region. Congratulations.
Ready? Got it. And then we need that right there.
Hey. You're still down, yeah. Still, yeah. All right, trustees, moving on to a student recognition. MathCon is a two-part North American math competition that our high schools participate in each year. After an initial first round of competition that takes place online, MathCon selects finalists to compete face-to-face in the finals, which took place this year on May 10th in Chicago. Only students performing in the top 2% internationally are invited to the MathCon finals, and this year, more than 31,000 students took part in the first round of the competition. While only 645 students were selected to compete in the finals, 6 were from Lamar CISD, representing George Ranch High School, Randall High School, and Terry High School. We're excited tonight to celebrate our very own 2025 MathCon finalists from George Ranch High School, Sophia Cuellar, Ethan Davis, Connor George, and Anderson Trey Witten. From Randall High School, Amaya Adams, and from Terry High School, Olivia Villarreal. While they take their photo, we want to take a moment to recognize the parents and family members of these students. If you are here this evening, please stand. Yay, we have somebody back, yeah. This level of mathematical achievement begins with early math exposure in a child's life, often before they even start school, and through your encouragement, support, and continued exposure to math throughout your children's lives, you've played an incredible role in helping them reach this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, one last time, please join me in applauding the parents and families and students and our MathCon finalists. Madam President, that's all the recognitions we have at this time. We've got introductions next. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Dr. Nivens, Madam President Hotzel, and Board of Trustees. Tonight, I'm proud to introduce 3 new principals for the 25-26 school year here in LCISD. First, we will begin with the new principal of Adolphus Elementary, Mr. Chad Davis. Chad Davis was born and raised in Missouri City, Texas. He's a proud graduate of the University of North Texas, with a bachelor's degree in business, and Lamar University, where he received his master's degree in education administration. Mr. Davis is also one of our very own, as he's a proud Richmond resident. And he recently served in Shelton ISD as an elementary campus principal. Chad has a total of 17 years of experience in education, serving as a classroom teacher, an assistant principal, an associate principal, and a campus principal. Attending with Mr. Davis tonight is his wife, Jasmine, and his 2 sons, Graham and Grayson, who also want it to be known that Graham and Grayson also recently completed the school year at Adolphus Elementary as well this year. So ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome the new principal of Adolphus Elementary, Mr. Chad Davis. Next, we have the new principal of Frost Elementary, Ms. Kimberly Ellis. Ms. Kimberly Ellis was born and raised in Corpus Christi, Texas. She is a proud graduate of Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, where she received both her Bachelor's of Science and Master's degree in Education Administration. Ms. Ellis comes to us from Corpus Christi ISD, where she recently served as an elementary campus principal. Kimberly has a total of 10 years of experience in the field of education, serving as special education teacher, campus assistant principal, and campus principal. Although they are not able to attend tonight, watching live virtually are her two sons, Khalil and Taj. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the new principal of Frost Elementary, Ms. Kimberly Ellis. And finally, we have the new principal of Travis Elementary, Mrs. Shanae Young Baker. Mrs. Young Baker was born and raised in San Antonio, Texas. She is a proud graduate of the University of Houston with a bachelor's degree in journalism and psychology. She has also earned a master's degree in school psychology from Our Lady of the Lake University. Mrs. Young Baker comes to us from Fort Bend ISD, where she recently served as an elementary campus principal. Shanae also has a total of 19 years of experience in education, serving as a classroom teacher, a licensed specialist in school psychology, a MTSS coordinator, also known as Multi-Tiered System of Supports coordinator, an assistant principal, and a campus principal. Attending with Mrs. Young Baker tonight is her husband, Andrew Baker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the new principal of Travis Elementary, Mrs. Shanae Young Baker. Madam President, next, we will have introductions of our LCISD police officers.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Dr. Nivens, Board of Trustees, Madam President. I am delighted today to introduce you to our new police officers, our new additions to the Lamar CISD Police Department that are set to take in our campuses next school year, take their positions. First and foremost, I have Officer Latricia Bankston, a recent graduate of the Houston Community College Police Academy. Latricia treasures time spent with her family, traveling to new places and cooking. Her journey started in 6th grade when she joined the Bay City Police Explorer program, sparking a lifelong passion to become a police officer. Officer Latricia Bankston. Officer Cecilia Dorashori is a bilingual professional who has dedicated herself to law enforcement and community mentorship, recently serving with the City of Katy Police Department, from working with patrol and evidence management to supporting her peers in teaching RAD courses to the community. Her heart is in this to inspire and guiding the next generation towards success. Officer Cecilia Dorashori. Next is Officer Antonio Feliciano, a proud graduate of Wharton County Junior Police Academy in 2022. He loves golfing, traveling, and watching movies, but his greatest joy is spending time with his family, his wife Callie, their children Aiden, Alina, and Amara, and of course his mother Maida. He recently served with the City of Richmond, and he's joined us here for the following school year. Officer Antonio Feliciano. Officer Felipe Gutierrez, Jr., a former United States Navy service member who found his calling in law enforcement after serving with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Felipe takes pride in serving his community and is a graduate of the University of Houston Downtown Police Academy and is looking forward to serving the community of Lamar CISD. He recently comes to us from the University of Houston Police Department. Officer Ronald Douglas Hahn is a proud veteran of the Texas Army National Guard. He comes to Lamar CISD Police Department with over 12 years of dedicated service at the Harris County Sheriff's Office. His greatest joy comes from spending time with his family, his wife of 9 years and their 2 daughters, Ruth and Kennedy. He is passionate about staying active and cherishing every moment with his loved ones, and looking forward to contributing to the success of Lamar CISD. Officer Ronald Douglas Hahn. Next is Officer Galen Hernandez. He is a recent graduate of the Houston Community College Police Academy. His lifelong passion has been sports, of course, his family, and helping others. He stays energized by attending his family's and children's extracurricular activities, prioritizing fitness, and hopes he can continue to assist our community by building a strong future with our Lamar CISD students and staff. Officer Galen Hernandez. Officer Michael Sierra, a proud United States Marine Corps veteran who served in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Officer Sierra has devoted over 18 years of his life in law enforcement as a peace officer. He has been married for over 25 years. He enjoys salsa dancing, relaxing with close friends, and cheering on his 2 college-age children as they pursue their dreams. Welcome, Officer Michael Sierra. And last, and certainly not least, Officer Danae Williams, who moved from Atlanta, Georgia to Texas in 2016. She comes from a family whose heart is dedicating to serving their community. She found it natural to pursue a career in law enforcement and is looking forward to protecting and serving the students and staff of Lamar CISD. Officer Danae Williams. Madam President, that concludes our introduction and presentations for this evening.
Oh, wait. Wait for her. She's putting the cookies in the back. We'll wait for her. Maybe not. Should I just go ahead? Just go ahead. Okay, it's time for board member reports to our new trustees. This is just a couple minutes where you can share what you've been up to the past month since your last board meeting. Please keep your comments brief. Would anybody like to go first? We don't have Kay anymore to volunteer. Anybody want to go?
I'll go. I just wanted to give a shout out to the incredible Green Track staff for bringing the energy and getting everyone pumped up for the opening coming up in August. Your hard work and enthusiasm set the tone for an amazing start, so I just wanted to say thank you for leading the way.
Anybody else? No? Well, I just want to say a huge congratulations to Dr. Nivens for this amazing, exciting award. I kind of want to tell a funny story, though. So the trustees traveled to San Antonio this past week for a conference, and I got a phone call from Miss Cole Hamilton that said, can you keep a secret? And I was like, oh gosh, I don't know, what? She told me that Dr. Nivens won, and I was so excited, but then later that night, we were in the hotel lobby, and I kind of was like, are you okay? And he had his interview that morning or the morning before, and he was like, oh, I'm just I haven't heard. I'm kind of stressing. And so I had to keep it a secret. I did tell a few other trustees because couldn't keep my mouth shut. But anyways, we are just immensely proud of you. We are blessed to have you as the superintendent of this district, so congratulations. Is there a superintendent report?
Yes, it'll be quick because y'all know I'm a crybaby. But I do want to give a shout out to the board for nominating me because, as I said earlier, they didn't have to do that. And it means an awful lot to a superintendent when your board shows their vote of confidence in you. And so to the school board, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And it was really nice to see my beautiful bride of 25 years come in the room. So I almost cried, but I made it. I made it. So, but I do want to say that this award it's a team award. I appreciate the board and I appreciate my team. I appreciate the teachers and the students for letting me be the face of the success that they are experiencing. And no superintendent can do this alone, and you know that. And all I do is sit back and watch the team work and talk to the board members, and they help us govern the district. And so it is a tremendous honor and tremendous blessing. And so to my team, man, y'all are special. I have the best team in the world. Y'all are special. And this is an award that belongs to you. Belongs to you, belongs to the teachers, belongs to the students, and definitely belongs to my trustees. So I appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, are there any public comments? Okay, at this time, we will open the public hearing to discuss the budget and proposed tax rate for the 2025-2026 school year at 6:52 p.m. We will first have a presentation.
All right, Ms. Lowood?
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. This evening, I will open the public hearing for the 2025-26 Lamar CISD budgets. This evening, there are a couple major things that we're looking at. First of all, the 3 budgets that require official adoption by the Board of Trustees, those for the General Fund, the Debt Service Fund, and the Child Nutrition Fund. Lamar CISD typically adopts the budget at the functional level.
Can hardly hear you.
Lamar CISD typically adopts the budget at the functional category level. That means that the TEA has a uniform set of account codes that we use. All districts in the state of Texas use that same uniform coding system. And the function tells the public what the items that we're buying or paying for are, what function they serve within the district. We'll also talk about proposed tax rates for the 2025 tax year. There will be, even though we have not adopted this budget yet, I'm already going to tell you that we will be amending the budget. This is because, as you all know, the legislative session just ended, and so there are some provisions that we will need to include in this budget before our fiscal year starts on September 1st. The legislative session ended on June 2nd, and it will take a little bit of time to understand all of the interpretations and all of the various changes that they're making to the rules and regs that we have to follow. Accuracy for us is of utmost importance, so we want to take our time and make sure we do everything just right. Amendments to the adopted budget will be necessary, and we are attempting to mitigate the financial impact of the mandates while we are ensuring that the intent of the lawmakers is being met. The estimates and projections that I'm presenting tonight are based on current law, which means the funding estimates are based on 24-25 fiscal year rules and regulations, especially with respect to state funding. The recent legislative action regarding state funding will be discussed more in a separate presentation later in the meeting. There is an exception. There are some provisions regarding salary adjustments and pass-through funds that I will be covering in this presentation because there are a lot of behind-the-scenes work and things that have to be put in place so that we can carry out those rules and regs and do those salary adjustments. I'm really speaking in reference to the teacher retention supplements and the support staff retention allotment. Starting with the general fund, A snapshot of where we are presenting an excess revenue budget of about $545,000. That is made up of a revenue total of $507.8 million and an expenditure total of about $507.3 million. The $507.8 million in revenue are made up of three different sources of revenue: local, state, and federal. We are expecting to collect $215.5 million in local revenues. The largest of those revenues are our property taxes. In the state category, $290.7 million, the bulk of that coming from the state funding formula, and then a small amount of federally sourced revenues reported in the general fund of about $1.6 million. As I said, the most largest portion of our local revenues comes from property taxes. We have received a certified estimate of value from our chief appraiser at the Fort Bend Central Appraisal District. We received that on April 17th. We will receive certified values in July, which is what we will finalize our tax rate based on. Right now, we are using a taxable value for our estimated levy of $29.4 billion. And again, that is a certified estimate at this time. And it is a 4.81% increase in value over the 2024 tax year values. As you can see by the next bullet, we do or have experienced increases in value over the past few years. Last year in 2024, we had a 12.28% growth in values, 9% the year before, almost 24% in 22, and 10% in 2021. As you'll see, it varies from year to year, but on average, we're somewhere between 9 and 15%, most likely. With respect to the M&O rate that we're using in these estimates, we're using a 0.6537 cent rate. The maximum compressed rate, which is part of the funding formula, the portion of the 65 cents related to the MCR is 60 cents. We do have 5 cents of enrichment pennies. Those were levied by the board in prior years. 4 cents were adopted between 2008 and 2012, and then there was 1 penny adopted in 2020 pursuant to the House Bill 3 in the 2019 session. For state aid, our estimate of enrollment is 48,951 students, and we are using a 94.5% attendance rate. So our refined average daily attendance being used for our formula is 45,408 students. Some prorations have been calculated into the estimate as there are caps on some of the funding at the state level. Here's a snapshot of the revenue side of the budget. It went a little bit more detail than I went through earlier. $207 million is related to property taxes of the $215.5 million. As you see in the middle of the page, state revenues of $290.7 million, $247.4 million of that is the foundation school program revenue. Of the $1,575,000 in federal revenues, $1,250,000 has to do with our SHARS revenue, which is related to Medicaid programs. So you'll see 42% of the total budget comes from local sources and 57% comes from state sources. Here you'll see a comparison of the 24-25 adopted budget and the 25-26 proposed budget. Total revenues for the current fiscal year were budgeted at $473.8 million, whereas we're at $507.8 million for 26. Expenditures total $507.3 million for the budget under consideration, whereas last year, $473.3 million. We're in a very similar bottom line impact this year as we were when we adopted the budget last year. The largest category of expenditures is salaries and benefits, of course, because we are a people-oriented business. So $432.5 million of the $507.3 million is related to salaries and benefits. $41.5 million has to do with contracted services, and within that total, you would find utilities and things like that as well. Supplies and materials totaled $23.4 million. Moving on to some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, we do use zero-based budgeting techniques, and that means that everyone starts at zero and has to justify their expenditure budgets so that funds aren't just rolled over from year to year. And as I said, over 85% of our budget is salaries and benefits. Our board budget committee made salary increases a top priority, and previously adopted salary increases include a starting teacher salary of $65,700. Teachers and other staff that are paid on the teacher salary schedule will receive a flat raise of $2,000, and all other staff will receive 3% of midpoint, and that's before any of the legislative action. There was no increase in health plan premiums for staff. Any increases will be absorbed by the district. Now moving on to House Bill 2 and current legislation. House Bill 2 provided for salary increases for specified staff members. So there were two notable actions: the teacher retention allotment, and we're referring to that as the TRA, and the support staff retention allotment. So first of all, the TRA applies to classroom teachers with 3 or more or 5 or more years of experience. And since we're a district with more than 5,000 students, our teachers will receive $2,500 if they have 3 to 4 years of experience, and $5,000 if they have 5 or more years of experience. We will amend the budget, as I mentioned, on the revenue side and the expenditure side for this before September 1st. So as you are hearing, we are passing the funds that we are getting from the state on to our teachers. This is a comparison. I know there's a lot of numbers there, but this is a comparison of our 24-25 or current year teacher salary schedule. And then, so you'll see that on the second column from the left. The next column to your right shows the flat $2,000 raise that was approved on May 5th of this year by the Board of Trustees. So that's where we stand currently. And then in the far right column, you'll see what each step teacher will earn after the TRA is included in our budget. And you'll see that there is a blue highlight in steps 0, 1, and 2. And that's only because those were not included in the provisions in this part of the law.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So for instance, on line 7, it says 67, so a teacher who made 67,000 in 24-25 would then make 74 the next year, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Because they moved from step 7 at 67,000 to step 8 at 69 with their 2,000. And then the additional 5,000 would put them at the 74,000. So that's how you kind of walk through. And then the other allotment is the support staff allotment. We will be generating about $2 million as our estimate for that, and that's the amount that we're going to distribute. It's earned at $45 per student. The amounts that will be awarded in salary adjustments will vary according to eligibility criteria, and this applies to non-administrative staff or non-administration. We are going to focus on campus-based employees first. There are 3 options that we're going to ask the board to consider tonight, and the 25-26 budget will be amended for these as well before the September 1st fiscal year begins. So a little background here. To define what non-administrative staff includes, it would be those teachers where I pointed out the blue shading on the previous table. Those are steps 0, 1, and 2. And then counselors, librarians, nurses, and all of the other staff that were paid according to the teacher salary schedule that are not classroom teachers. It also includes teachers' assistants, custodial staff, food service staff, bus drivers, administrative assistants, and other support staff. What it does not include are superintendents or other administrator service as a CEO, assistant superintendents or equivalent, principals or assistant principals, or employees in a centralized supervisory role. So these are the 3 options that we've considered. So in option 1, teachers that are on the 0, 1, and 2 steps next year would receive $2,000, and we have estimated 375 teachers in that group. So that would be worth $750,000. And then all other teachers that are currently paid on the teacher salary schedule, we feel like there's about 325 of them. They would receive $1,500. So the total of that is $487,500. The total of that plan is a little over $1.2 million. That is less than the $2 million that I quoted. So the difference there also is to be, will generate an expenditure that the district has to pay for payroll withholding costs. And so some of those funds could be used for that. But there is another allotment that I will talk about in a few minutes that is really designated for that. So anyway, option, excuse me, option 1 is $1.2 million. Option 2 is $1.475 million. The teachers on steps 0, 1, and 2 would receive $2,000. All others on the teacher salary schedule would receive, thank you, $1,500, and all other non-administrative staff would get $125, and that's, there are 1,900 of those. So you'll see there, that's $1.475 million. Option 3 would be teachers on steps 0, 1, and 2 would receive $1,000. All others on teacher salary schedule would receive $500, and then all other non-administrative staff would, that are eligible would receive $825. And so that would, there's 1,900 of those, so that's $1.568 million. So that's a little over $2.1 million. Any questions about that or discussion?
Ms. Ludwig, we're going to select one of these as a body tonight, is that correct?
Yes,
One of
we
these
would
options.
like for you to, yes.
Yeah.
Could you, and when it says all others on TSS, could you give us some examples? Like, that's paraprofessionals, that's,
So,
sorry, okay.
so on this list, that would include, others that are on the teacher salary schedule would include the teachers that are on steps 0, 1, and 2, counselors, librarians, and nurses. And then there are some other categories as well. Speech therapists, diagnosticians, some of those categories.
So would paras fall into that at all?
Paras are actually on a pay grade table.
No, what
They-
I think what the,
they
what
would
the,
be
what the
in-
question
in-
is, hold on, what the question is for the non-administrative staff, like who all is included in that? And so the state gave us 2 different categories. They gave us teachers and then teachers on the pay scale, teacher pay scale. And then go back, please. Yeah. And so then what we decided to do was the teachers that were not eligible, 0, 1, and 2, separate them. And then others that are on the teacher pay scale will be the counselors, librarians, nurses. And then the non-administrative, we created a third category. Non-administrative would be teacher assistants, custodial staff, food service, bus drivers, administrative staff, and other support. So we divided that $2 million up between all three groups. And so that's what you see on the table. So the teachers 0, 1, and 2 would be the first. Everybody else on the teacher pay scale would be number 2. And then the third one includes all of our auxiliary staff, our bus drivers, and everyone else. So everybody can get additional.
Teacher assistants.
Option number 3, though, the verbiage up there that says all other non-administration.
Yes.
That would include the teacher aides.
Yes, that would include, go back to the list, Jill, please. That would include everyone, teacher assistants and below. Teacher assistants, custodial staff, food service, bus driver, administrative assistants.
So is a paraprofessional considered a teacher assistant?
Yes,
So they would be
they are included,
third
yes.
tier.
It's kind of, the words are synonymous. So the question was, are paras and teacher assistants kind of the same? So our instructional paras, teacher assistants, aides, they're all kind of considered the same class.
So I'll offer up to the other board members. Zach, Jackie, and I were talking with Dr. Nivens about this recently, and I think the 3 of us came to an agreement that we liked option number 3. And so that was kind of where we landed.
And the reason that the 3 of us met is we make up the board budget committee. So that, just for that clarification as well.
Okay. Is everyone understanding what they're seeing? Okay, so in option 1, we left out paras, non-admin people. We didn't love the idea of doing that, even though it saves you money. Option 2, when you work it out from like what $125 would be as far as a raise on the paycheck, it was very, very minimal, almost, pointless in my opinion. So yeah, option 3 seemed like the best. We want to explain why we chose to give the tier 3 more than tier 2. Yes.
So the thought was, first off, make sure that we take care of our teachers, the people that are in the classroom every single day, dealing directly with students, that we show them and make sure they know that they are sincerely appreciated. But also, we know everyone else on the teacher pay scale, they support the teachers, and so we want to make sure we can get something. But also, category 3, our non-admin staff, we know that's kind of the lifeblood of our school system. Those are our aides, our bus drivers, our cafeteria, our child nutrition workers. And so we want to make sure that we had enough dollars set aside to show them a sincere appreciation for what they do for our school system. And so, and also the caveat is, we want to keep our best teachers in the classroom as much as possible. And so we just want to try to do something that shows them that, but also showing our non-administrative staff, category 3, that we appreciate everything that they do for our school system and for our children and for our staff, because they're the ones that make it go. And so we can't have a great learning environment with our custodial staff. We have to have our bus drivers to get our students to school, and then when they get to school, we have to feed them. And so we want to make sure that we take care of them as well.
Yes, and the $1,000, it basically creates, since the 0 to 1, 2 teachers aren't getting the big bump, this creates like an additional step. And so now, instead of starting at 65.4, they'll start at 66.4. Is that the right number? 65, I think. So they'll start $1,000 even more than what we've already, 66.7.
66.7.
So, and that is a great starting salary for a teacher. And then it incentivizes them to stay until you're a third-year teacher, so you get that $2,500 bump as well.
And one of the things we talked about during that meeting is that, and we may get into it later, but this is all pending the legislature. If they continue in 2 years when they come back for the session, if they could amend this bill, this law, and say we want to apply different funding, or maybe we want to take this funding away. So that those step ups, just to note for the public that it's pending that our legislature and our governor and the House and the Senate still agree that we're going to push this forward every session.
So in other words, it would only be good for 2 years unless it's continually renewed by the legislature and signed by the governor.
Correct.
We briefly discussed when we met, putting a separate, if it was possible, putting a separate line on the W-2, right?
On their check stub.
On their pay stub, so that they see that it is not extra, but it's coming from the state. That's hopefully it never goes away, but just in case. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments on that?
All right. Again, a snapshot of where we are. This is before those adjustments that we just discussed. So 507.8 in revenue, 507.3 in expenditures, leaves us ahead at 545,000. Moving on to child nutrition, it is a self-supporting budget this year, estimated at $31.2 million. Revenues are generated from breakfast and lunch sales, but more importantly, from federal reimbursements. That's a very large category of source of funds. Expenditures are the same typical ones, salaries and benefits being the largest, and then also food costs, supply costs, and capital outlay. So this is how that budget stacks up. Almost $12 million of the $31 million is payroll and benefits. And the other big category is supplies and materials at almost $19 million. That was a quick one. Moving on to debt service, our total revenues and other sources of funds and expenditures. This is a balanced budget at $173.6 million. You'll see that $151-ish million would be property taxes, penalties, interest, and delinquent taxes. About $5 million in interest earnings, and that is interest on the debt service fund balance, transfers of capital project interest, and also capitalized interest that's been generated from bond sales. There is also state hold harmless funding for debt service of $17.3 million. Just a little bit about state hold harmless funding. Whenever there are rules or laws passed where, for instance, homestead exemptions are increased, that means that we collect less in taxes. So the state makes us whole by increasing our state funding to offset that. So that's why it's called hold harmless funding. On the expenditure side, this is a fund that's dedicated solely to paying on our outstanding bonds. And so bond principal and interest are the biggest expenditures. So this year, our principal will be paying down $40 million, and we do have interest of $133.5 million. There are some bond fees there of $130,000, and that's for paying agent fees and other related costs of having bonds and paying our payments. Moving on to the tax rate. There are two components to our tax rate, the maintenance and operations, or M&O, and our interest and sinking tax rate, which is INS, and that is the one that funds the debt service fund that we just talked about. So M&O, that tax rate covers salaries and benefits, contracted services, supplies and materials, operating expenses, capital outlay, all the day-to-day expenses of the district. The interest and sinking fund money covers outstanding bonded debt. The current year's rate is about $1.15, 1.1469, made up of roughly 67 cents of an M&O rate and 48 cents on the INS side. The proposed rate for 25-26 is 1.13, or roughly $1.13, with 65 cents of that being M&O and 48 cents being INS. Those are the rates that we published in our notice, our truth and taxation notice, and we expect The rate, once certified values come in and all the calculations are done, we feel like the tax rate that we actually need to adopt in August will be either this rate that we're showing today or less. Let me move on to the next slide. If for some reason the numbers come in and the rate is higher, we'll have to renotice, meaning we'll have to publish that same notice again that we've already published so that taxpayers know what our proposed tax rate is. As I said, the state funding formula is driven by property taxes or values and tax rates, and if the variables change, the tax rate changes as well. The value growth rate will be certified, and the homestead exemption, you've probably heard in the legislative session that will go to the voters in November. We expect that to pass, so there will be additional calculations needed to compute the new tax rates based on those exemptions. And that's pretty much how it's going to work out for our tax rate. With that, I can answer any questions you might have.
And for the community, we are going to be taking action on it later on this meeting, but just to make note that a lot of districts are going to be starting this year with a deficit, with multi-million-dollar deficits in the teens plus. And so as of right now, we're going to be starting in the positive. So I just want to give a massive thank you to our financial services team and Jill and her team for crunching them numbers. And we know it's going to change once the CAD and all that, everything gets certified. So, but to start a district of our size and their growth at 544,000 in the positive, that's very, very rare in the state of Texas right now. So,
thank you for that. I have a fabulous team. And, it takes really all of us, to make cuts and to balance and, give and take. It really does take all of us.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. And I just want to say, way to go to the legislature. This has been a long time coming, and our teachers really deserve these raises, and I am excited for them to get them. Okay, so this is a public hearing, so there's an opportunity for comment. If you're interested in commenting on the budget and proposed tax rate for the school year, please come and stand by Ms. Johnson. You'll be given 5 minutes. Is there anybody? Okay. Okay, then we will close the public hearing at 7:24 p.m. I don't think I needed to do that. Okay, now we will take action on the consent agenda. Are there any items that any board members would like to pull? Okay, no. May I have a motion to approve the current consent agenda? Okay, trustee Lambert makes the motion. Second. Trustee Marsters. I now call for the vote. All in favor of approving the current consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Anyone wish to? Okay, motion carries. And now we will take action on the action items. Dr. Newman.
All right, trustees, so you just heard the conversation from Ms. Ludwig, and so we'll need a motion for the approval of the budget and also for the option 3 for the House Bill 2 information. If anybody has any questions for Ms. Ludwig, she's at the podium.
Oh,
Thank you. For the 3 budgets, general fund, debt service fund, and child nutrition fund, the compensation plan, and the option choice.
so I think I understand the wording My motion will be to adopt the budget as presented with option number 3 as shown on the screen a little while ago. Is there any other piece that is perfect?
The compensation plan, and then passing through the other adjustments, the 2,500 and the 5,000.
You said it.
The legislative adjustments, you just call it legislative adjustments.
Yes, legislative adjustments. That's my motion.
Okay, Mr. Welch makes the motion. Do I have a second? Okay, trustee Box seconds. I now, and to be clear, we are voting for option 3
Yes,
in this. Okay. I now call for the vote. All in favor, say
We'll have to
aye.
get to discussion for that.
Discussion.
Oh, any discussion? Sorry.
Board discussion.
And I think, well, one thing for discussion is that as a trustees and as budget and as our leadership, one thing that could have happened was we already promised, or we already talked about a $2,000 increase. One of the things that could have happened was that the $2,000 increase could have come out of what the state is saying to do that. And so I want our teachers and our community to know that this team up here, our admin team, the cabinet, your trustees, the budget committee said, okay, no, we already said we're giving that $2,000 and we want to pass that full amount on to the staff. So there could have been options presented where that $2,000 would have come out of that money that the state is saying we're going to give you extra money. But our district leaders value our staff, that they said we want to give that $2,000 to our staff already, because we already said that, and we want to pass that full amount on through to our staff. So just a note of that.
Any other discussion? Okay. I now call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Next up, consider approval of the 2025-2026, the logo redesign.
Yes, Madam President, I have Ms. Sonia Hamilton at the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Nivens. A few months ago, due to a trustee inquiry, we were responding to the trustee interest in modernizing our brand. I believe this was sparked by our your recent approval of the strategic plan. So, revisiting our logo branding does align with our new strategic plan and bold vision for the future, and can reflect the evolving identity and spirit of our district. What we do know is that a logo is more than a symbol. It is a reflection of who we are, and it communicates our values to students, families, staff, and the community. And a strong, clear logo strengthens trust and recognition. So in looking at considering designs, some objectives we had was to ensure visual alignment with the new strategic plan, was to preserve the elements of legacy while signaling forward-thinking change, create a versatile logo using that's adaptable across digital, print, signage, and apparel, and we wanted to maintain consistency across all district communications and campuses. And so the concept number 1 we have for you this evening, trustees, we call it the Grad Cap and Sun. This logo retains the same classic font as our current logo. This way, we're still able to match our branding that has been placed on campus exteriors. The other option for concept 1 uses a different font. So with this logo, we will have the 2 options, the vertical and the horizontal design, for people to use for flexibility. In this logo, you'll see that the graduation cap is also a book, and there's a sun on top of it signifying the bright futures. And so that's the design concept behind option number 1. Concept number 2, we're calling our grad cap and gold tassel. And the differences in these options are, one is in script font, the tagline at the top, and the other just retains a classic sans serif font. The task, trustees, is for you to select which option and concept, which concept and then option. But for your consideration, we also could always maintain our current logo, which is option number 5, just updating the tagline, big thinking, bold learning, and bright future. So for your consideration, we've got options 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So what do we need to do here to have a discussion? Do we need to have a motion and a second to have a discussion?
We can discuss during this next question discussion. Then we can discuss again.
My thought, and I'm asking for my colleagues' opinion, my thought is to table this and to continue with the current logo, but not long-term, to ask the graphic department to go back and bring some fresh ideas. First time I looked at this, I wanted something that was like, wow, that's awesome. And we all see things differently through our eyes. And so when I first looked at it, I was I did not have that reaction. And so I would not mind that we table this, but not maintain the current logo long-term. We just don't take any action on it tonight. And I'm kind of curious if everybody else's thought on this.
Okay, first, I want to say that I appreciate the effort that went into developing these concepts, but Vice President Welch, I don't feel like these designs really align with the identity and legacy of Lamar CISD. So I would prefer that we revisit the direction to ensure that the product meets that.
Would it be possible for us to give the graphic arts department just maybe a little bit more parameters, directions? I don't know if any of the trustees want to personally speak into it. I also had the thought that we have we have artistic kids in our district. We could do a competition, or how you do like a yearbook design cover. I don't know if that's an option. We can talk about it, but I just thought that would be something fun and different. Okay, so yes to tabling right now? Okay. Can I have a motion to table the logo design until future date? Okay, Trustee Welch makes the motion. Can I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion carries.
So before we move forward, trustees, what I would like to see is, if you mind sending me your ideas and some feedback on what you'd like to see. That way we can pass it forward to the team that Ms. Hamilton has commissioned to do this work, so we can make sure that we're encompassing all the thoughts that you have. And so, so whenever you decide to do that, you can email it to myself and Ms. Hamilton or Ms. Johnson, either way, so we can go in a direction that you guys would feel comfortable. All right, we have Mr. Buchanan at the podium for 12C for design development for middle school number 8.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Tonight, we will bring forth a discussion and possible approval of a design development for middle school number 8. Just to remind everyone, middle school number 8 is on the west side of FM 359 at the county line north of downtown Fulshire. This was option number 1 that the committee looked at. Option number 1, adjacent to the approved high school design. Option number 1, adjacent to the approved junior high school design. Option number 2. Option number 2, adjacent to the high school design. Option number 2, adjacent to the junior high school design. Option number 3. Option number 3, adjacent to the high school design. Option 3, adjacent to the junior high school design. These were our committee members who sat and went through these options. This was the voting of that committee. 3 voted for option 1, 1 for option 2, and 14 for option number 3. This is option number 3, adjacent to the approved high school design, along with the ranking from the committee. Are there any questions or discussions?
Okay, may I have a motion for the Board of Trustees to approve the design development for middle school number 8 as presented? I'm assuming option number 3. Make the motion first.
I'll make a motion to accept option number 3.
Okay, have a second? Okay, trustee Welch, seconds. Okay, I now call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, the motion carries. Any? Okay.
I just want to say thank you to the committee.
All right, trustees, next we have our student code of conduct and telecommunications revisions, and we have Area Superintendent, Mr. Ben Hernandez, future Dr. Ben Hernandez at the podium.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, President Hotzel, trustees, and Dr. Nivens. I'm here again to as a request was made last month during our meeting regarding data, I'm here to provide that data per the request. And before I get there, I want to discuss how we got where we are, essentially. So again, this conversation started in the fall. We convened a committee to discuss the cell phone policy for students as it existed. And the committee consisted of 3 trustees, Dr. Nivens, our superintendent, all the secondary principals, myself, our leaders of technology, and our leader of student discipline. We met twice in the fall, once in November and once in December. And again, these are the topics that we discussed during those meetings. We reviewed the current student code of conduct as it pertains to the use of cell phones or telecommunications devices. Principals talked about campus level practices, how to ensure that the code of conduct was enforced as it is stated. We also discussed at that time the current infraction data shared by Mr. Nava. We discussed also the impact of the policy on student culture and learning, and we discussed at the end any potential need to change the policy as it was written at the time. And again, this is what I shared during our last meeting last month, and we saw that the lion's share of infractions are at the high school level. And again, MLD is misuse of electronic devices. That's the code that goes in our student information system to track the discipline infractions. Very few in elementary, middle school, and in junior high, almost 2/3 of the infractions are at the high school level. Another way of looking at the infractions of MLD, you can see again that 72% of those infractions are at high school, 26 in junior high, 1% in each elementary and middle school. And this is the data parceled out now by grade level. And again, it matches what we looked at, meaning that the most of it is at the high school level. And this is the data that was requested that we provide, and so I want to share this data with you. This is by elementary school. We can see the number of infractions. Again, MLD, misuse of electronic devices by campus. I'll give you a chance to look at that. And this is the entire year. This is by middle school. By junior high. And lastly, our high schools.
So, Mr. Hernandez, if you pause for questions about any of this data from the trustees before you move forward, please.
Absolutely, yes. Any questions that I can respond to?
What is being done for the outliers? The extreme outliers. I mean, there's a clear, everyone's pretty much in line, and then you have a couple campuses that are extreme outliers.
So, okay, I'm sorry, so Mr. Nava, our Director of Student Discipline, meets with us, or assistant principals and presents information on discipline, including cell phone data infraction, or cell phone infractions, and any issues like outliers, as you say, are the responsibility of the area superintendent and the principal to address those outliers, what practices are in place to make sure that, those numbers are not increasing, but also to make sure that, students are understanding the expectations. Any other questions? And I shared this with you last month. This is the graduated consequences based on infraction. And the first infraction is parent contact, telecommunication device is confiscated and returned at the end of the day. The second infraction is similar, results in the similar consequences as the first. However, at this time, the parent has to retrieve the device with a $15 fee. The third infraction adds that the student is assigned ISS, again, a $15 fee, confiscation of device, parent contacted. The fourth offense increases the consequences where a student is now suspended from school. And then the fifth offense, all of the previous consequences, except in the fifth offense, the student is referred to our Alternative Learning Center, ALC. And these are the infractions by consequence. So we can see that a large number of infractions are one time, and they increase dramatically as the number of infractions increase. Decrease, I think it said increase. Decrease dramatically, I'm sorry. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask where the money goes?
The money goes to the activity funds of the students, but it stays on the campus.
Okay.
I'm sorry, not activity funds of the campus, but it stays on the campus, yes.
Okay.
Good evening, trustees. Tonight, we're going to present in this part of the presentation the proposed student code of conduct updates. Now, this is a review of what we talked about last time, but there is a little change here. We talked about 1481 House Bill, and right now it's sitting on the governor's desk to be signed. So instead of pre-K through 8th grade, the House Bill requires pre-K through 12th grade for devices not to be used during school. So here's our current student code of conduct. And on page 15, here's some highlights that we have, where it says in the verbiage, students are allowed to bring their device to school. They can take them out. Teachers have the discretion. They can use them at lunch, and it's a privilege. But with that verbiage and the new House bill at this time, this verbiage is obsolete. So red indicates that we're going to request to remove this verbiage, and blue is going to indicate what we're going to add into the student code of conduct that's proposed. Now, this is what we talked about last time in our board meeting. And so in this section, I'm going to give key points after this. But in this section, it talks about all cell phones are turned off. They have to be in backpacks or lockers, and they're not on students at any time of the day. So the key points of that section that's requested to be added to the student code of conduct are the cell phones needs to be turned off and in backpacks throughout the day. They're prohibited everywhere in the building, and devices can be turned on at the final bell. And so another addition, which is in blue, addition to the student code of conduct, it shows every dismissal time for all schools pre-K through 12th grade. And the key points of that section are the elementary, middle school, and junior high times, and high school times for dismissal to indicate the dismissal time when students can utilize their phones. Also, it is not allowed in the building anywhere, and you can get a disciplinary action. And for emergencies, parents must call the front office. Another addition in blue is student exceptions, and the exceptions are for students with a IEP or individualized educational plan, or 504 plan, or any type of other medical plan that the student needs. So at this time, if the R committee agrees, then the student may utilize the phone for medical purposes. And the key points of that section are the IEPs for students. Students with electronic devices, they can use them during emergencies for intimate health or safety, and the district is not responsible for loss or damage of the phones. Now, here's a new proposal from, where we're going to add into the Student Code of Conduct. And in House Bill 1481, it does state that we no longer can charge fees for students receiving their phone back at this time. So that is an adjustment to the Student Code of Conduct that we're going to remove the $15 fee at this time. So at this time, I'm going to speak about other House bill required updates. Any questions before I move on?
I'd like to say thank you to Representative Matt Morgan. I talked to him today on the phone about, we talk about the potential for this being signed, and he let me know that this may only require a veto from the governor, that depending, based on when this was actually filed to his desk, that this may just need a veto. But I asked him, I said, Representative Morgan, what's the likeliness of this becoming a law? Because I let him know that we were talking about this tonight, and he says that he feels that it is very likely that this is going to be a law. So again, for the community, that this is going to be a law, that it's going to be a law for the state of Texas, for the community to know this is going to be a law.
A law. Yes, sir, a
That
law.
it's not our policy, but we're going to be falling in line with what the law says. And the
Yes,
law supersedes policy, so it's the law if
And
signed.
a law that takes away the discretion that we had originally given to let students have their phones out at lunch and downtime for instruction. This just says you cannot have it.
Yes, ma'am.
And we still plan on letting them bring the device with them to school in case of emergency. They're not expected to leave it at home,
That's correct.
but they cannot use it, period.
That's correct.
So that's,
So we actually gave the discretion to the principals and the teachers, not necessarily the students. My concern is if the governor does veto it, we're making these changes now on June 17th, and we're taking away the teeth of the financial penalty. And if he vetoes it, then we either have to come back and add this language back if we want it, or we just leave it as it is, right? It seems like
No, we can come back.
we're anticipating something happening, and we're changing this now before it happens. I'm a little uncomfortable doing that.
I understand, sir.
Because I personally, just to let everybody know who wasn't in on the discussions, I personally don't like cell phones in the classroom and stuff. I love the idea, especially at the high school level, of a principal having jurisdiction over his or her campus, or the individual teacher having, because I think that there could be scenarios where it would be acceptable. And so I've always been on the side of, I personally don't like it. I just want to leave that discretion with them. And I'm a little hesitant to vote on this since this is pending before the governor. And I respect Matt Morgan tremendously. He's not the governor, though. God bless him. And so I'm a little hesitant to support this change right now.
Dr. Nance?
So trustees, we have several options here. One is, that's right, it hasn't been signed yet. The reason why we put it on the agenda was to make sure, as the trustees, I think the policy committee talked about, getting that information out to the community as soon as possible. So, they can have that information and students can be ready, right? Because our young people are digital natives. And so they were born with that device in their hands. And so we want to make sure that they have enough information as soon as possible to make their decisions. But trustees, you can always table this, and we can come back after the governor signs it. Our next meeting will be coming up in August. We can always do that, and as a team, we can send out some potential information to our community and say, hey, this is what could be coming. And then, we can always post to the community what could be happening, what could be coming. And so we can wait to do that if the board so chooses. But also, I like to say something to the parents and the students that are watching this, is that if this does pass, then your cell phone now is considered contraband. And contraband means it's illegal to have. And so it carries a much more significant consequence because you may not be able to get your cell phone back. And so we're going to ask our attorneys about that. If it's considered contraband, are we allowed to give it back, or do we keep it? And so there are some more significant consequences to this law that could come down the pike once it gets signed. And so, but I like the trustees to know you have multiple options. And so if you'd like to pass this tonight, if you want to pass this tonight just for K through 8, you can do that also. It just depends on the motion. If you want to go K through 12, you can do that also. If you want to table it, we can do that as well. So it just depends on the motion, and we'll gladly support whatever the governing body decides to do.
My initial thought was that we we were looking at this for K through 8, and then everything happened with the bill. But it, like John said, it has not been signed yet. So I guess my thought is to pass it K through 8 with the stipulations of if you're to get your phone back, you do pay the fine. We continue to do that until we're not allowed to do that. And then if it gets signed, then it's very easy. We just take away the fees and then transition everything K through 12. So it's already, all the work's done and outlined and the policy's already created. That's my thoughts.
Is there a way to pass the policy, like on contingency that he signs it? Okay,
Yes, ma'am, it all just depends on the motion.
okay.
I do have some other updates that I can, before we,
Keep on going then.
some other updates before we start making motions.
He's not done.
Not yet, sir. All right, here's some other updates. And this is House Bill 6 relating to student discipline, has not been signed as well. And so currently in law, we have students who are in-school suspension. There's only 3 consecutive days they can stay in school suspension, which is ISS. And for students who are vapors or who have vapes, automatically go to DAP. And there's no option for virtual DAP placements. And we cannot suspend students pre-K through 2nd grade and homeless students. But right now, which is sitting on the governor's desk, that has been changed for HB 6. Students can stay into ISS up to 10 days and then reviewed by the administration. Also, students do not have to go to DAP once they have a vape. There is no longer a mandatory placement for vapes. Also, districts can have the option to have virtual DAP for students who are expelled. And then we can, at this time, suspend students pre-K through 2nd grade and homeless students. Another addition to the Student Code of Conduct on page 28, once we have, right now for House Bill 6, have moved that vaping from mandatory to a discretionary removal, and that'll be moved on the discipline chart. And again, red means remove and blue means to add.
Is that a mandatory change?
Yeah, it's a mandatory change, yes, ma'am, according to House Bill 6.
So you're no longer allowed to give DAP for vaping?
You can go to DAP for it, but it's not a mandatory first-time placement.
Okay. So but we could keep it as it is if we chose to do so?
Yes, ma'am. According to House Bill 6, at this time, it's no longer a mandatory placement. And so on page 32, for the Student Code of Conduct, it talks about the verbiage here of students who are not allowed to be suspended pre-K through 2nd grade and homeless students. So we are proposing to revise that verbiage, and that verbiage also in the state law for HB 6 says that we're going to add these 2 bullets and remove this bullet here. And students' conduct that threatens the immediate health or safety of other students in the classroom, and the conduct that results in repeated or significant disruption in the classroom. So those would be the 2 added columns according to House Bill 6. And then on page 67, the glossary, we're going to change the definition of suspension for the last sentence and just define what out-of-school and in-school suspension are and how many days they can be in. And then, of course, we're going to definitely update the school year, administrative titles, school board listings, contact details, legal citations, forms updates, grammar, and style. And this is all based on approval from the trustees, and this will be implemented once approved. Now, take questions.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What is virtual DAEP? Is that like school from home? I mean.
Kind of, yes, ma'am. So we'll have to make definitely provisions in a rubric to make that happen, but it's for those students who are expelled from school.
But, so they do school from home?
That is an option for expelled students.
Okay. That sounds like a bonus to me.
It does, and we don't have to do it.
Well, traditionally, Trustee Box, you have, so JJAP is really only mandatory for counties of a certain population. So you have some counties that have a lesser population where they don't have a JJAP to expel a student, and so smaller counties will expel a student to the street, you know, if you say that, like home. And so this really was an option for them to allow the student to still be in school virtually. But we have a JJAEP that's right here in Lamar CISD, right down the county, right down the street. We have our own ALC. And so that's not something that we were considering bringing to the trustees to let us to do that for JJAEP for expulsion. We do have some other options on the table that I'm talking about with my team and how we can have virtual school for our students in 1621 who's making up credit, who wants to graduate, who are trying to graduate early. But as far as students who, good kids who make bad choices for JJAEP, it's not an option. That's not an option that we're presenting for us to offer online JJAEP for expelled students.
But it's also said, I thought I saw DAEP, not just JJAP.
That's all, again, for the smaller counties and districts.
Okay.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, we wouldn't do online alternative school.
No, ma'am, we would, well, alternative school, we would do online school for 1621 for students who are needing to make up credit.
That's different.
Yes, that's different. But the word alternative encompasses all that, so I just want to make sure on the record I'm clear about what that means.
ALC is the same to me as DAEP.
Yes,
right?
ma'am, that's correct. ALC is the same as DAP, yes, ma'am.
Well, I actually have another question. So the cell phone policy and the rest of the student code of conduct updates would be separate. So would we need two separate motions?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay. So if there's no other questions about the latter part of this presentation, may I have a motion? Okay, go ahead.
So for can you go back to the vaping change that y'all were gonna make? So now it's just become discretionary.
Yes, ma'am.
So what are we saying would be the consequence for that?
So discretionary means you can still get ISS, OSS, and if it's for students who are repeat offenders, they can go to ALC as well.
How would we, get that in policy to say maybe they have grace the first time and then the second time they go to DAEP? Because vaping is a real problem in our schools. And so I feel like it needs to be addressed.
So the last session is when they made it mandatory, even first-time offenders, and that kind of filled up our facilities really quickly because there were so many first-time offenders, and maybe not all of them, needed to go, deserved to go. It really it takes away a lot of your, athletics, just one time at ALC. So what the law is saying, they did an interim study of how this was affecting school districts, and it was a disaster for some of them. So they're saying, okay, these kids who are otherwise good kids have the 5 mitigating factors factored in. Do they deserve ALC? Their first time, we can say, no, you can have an alternative placement.
Okay, but what about the second time?
Then it is mandatory, I believe.
No, it's still a discretion, it's still discretion
Okay.
of the campus administrator at that time.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. If the first time, okay, give the principal the discretion to look at the child, the whole situation or whatever. Obviously, they're still doing something wrong, but whether they decide to, that would be their discretion. But then the second time.
So we don't have it outlined in the student code of conduct of what first, second, third offense would look like?
No, ma'am, we do not, not for the vapes at this time.
Okay. Is that something y'all would want to do so that we're more clear? Okay. So then, what else is left to approve as is?
So right now, remember, House Bill 6 has not been signed as well. So these are the things that go into House Bill 6. So House Bill 6 would affect page 28, which we're talking about the vapes.
Yeah.
It also affects page 32. And it will also affect the glossary. So at this time, for the student code of conduct, the only updates that are not affected by the bill would be these here, such as.
So we might just table this thing.
If we, can we not, since they were presented now, like a future action item, right? Since we have all the information, can we not address it if these get signed, address them in August, in our first meeting in August?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we are thinking about timeline, because I know for us, we think, okay, our next meeting's August 26th. But if you go to staff developments and you go to teacher trainings, and all of that is well before our next board meeting. And so I think if you have all this in place so that teachers can be trained, that's a drastic change. And so that everybody hears it at the same time before school starts, and students hear it before school starts, then you go to school and, oh, hey, 2 weeks later, now we want to come in and tell you what's changed.
So better to do it beforehand and then rescind.
I think it's better to have that in place before students come back to school.
And one to think about along that line is that if and when these are signed, it'll go into effect September 1st. So we don't want to go ahead and start the year with one policy and then September 1st comes along and say, hey, y'all, surprise, 2 weeks in, we're going to now add this new thing. So along with that, the timeline, it's like, okay, we need to, before the first day of schools, have the direction we're going. So we don't want to start school allowing cell phones on campus at discretion, and then now say, okay, September 1, after habits are already.
Oh, habits are already there.
Well, but we often have more than one board meeting in the month of August. So why don't we just schedule a board meeting, our first one, before the first day of school? And enough time to update the student code of conduct, maybe the first week of August.
For our PD and our staff development and.
Yeah, I think it has to come before PD starts.
So, okay, could we make a motion? Let's take the cell phones first. We could pass it as is with the contingency that if the governor were to veto it, we would revert back to what we had written before the law. Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
So that, I think, I think it would still be K through 12. That was the point of tonight, before the law, was to make a vote on whether we wanted to go
K through 8.
K through 8 in addition to K through 12, so we would make it K through 12. The new policy would be K through 12.
Yeah, it has to be.
So I can make a motion that we approve the cell phone policy K through 12 with pending the governor vetoing the bill, us still allowing to charge the $15 fines because we got to inconvenience the parents.
Until September 1st.
Until September 1st. And then if it is signed, so via the motion, if it's signed September 1st, that $15 penalty will fall off and then we'll fall in line with the law. So
If it's not signed, then
If he
That was a
doesn't sign
motion.
it, it just goes into law. If he vetoes it,
Can you say that again? I'm a little
So
confused.
I make the motion that we approve what was presented tonight, K through 12 cell phone ban out of schools, pending, if the governor signs the bill, we will no longer be allowed. So as, basically operating as we have been with the $15 fine in place, if the governor, if it does become law, that $15 fine will drop off. And
That's
we
the only thing
will,
that will change.
and we will operate in accordance to the law.
Because the original proposal was only K through 8.
Well, we already have, the hire is already in place.
Per
So
the
now
legislation.
this is adding to encompass our whole district. K through
So
12.
basically, the policy that was presented with the blue and the red, that's the way that it's written now.
Yes, ma'am, this is the way it's written now. Here are the highlights of that page. Yes, ma'am, this is the way
Right.
it's written now.
But the other pages,
Yes, ma'am, this
this,
is,
where the blue is, that's the way it's written now.
no, this will be the way that we're going to try to implement.
I'm sorry,
this-
the new legislation.
Yes,
That's-
yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
so right now, high school has discretion on phones. They can use them at lunch, they can use them for instructional time.
So does junior high.
Sorry.
So does junior high and high school and middle school
Right.
and elementary.
I think what we were trying to do tonight was pass pre-K through 8 would not be allowed to have their cell phones, period. So what we're saying is we are going to pass that policy, and then if September 1st, if it is law, then we go with what is law.
So that's opposite of what you said.
No, that's what I said. So,
You're saying K
You
through
said
8?
K
I
through
thought you
12.
said
well,
K through 12.
well, because
so-
that's what we already have. Well, we have,
No,
we don't.
Right.
We have.
well, it would bring it,
So,
Dr. Waits, can you speak here, please?
yes, sir, I don't mind, I don't mind. Yes, sir, go ahead. Okay, yes, sir.
my motion is to approve what we have presented tonight minus the $15 fine exception. So my motion was to approve what was presented, what is potentially going to be in line with the law whenever it is approved. So that will be the law will be K through 12. So my motion is to approve what's going to be in line with the pending law. And then if the law becomes valid, then we will have to drop off that $15 penalty.
And if he vetoes, the governor vetoes the bill,
Then we're going to have
it
to
will
address it.
revert back. Your motion, I'm asking a question. Your motion would be, if he does veto the bill, do we stick with the current cell phone policy as it is tonight? Is that correct? Or are you changing anything even if he vetoes the bill? That's where I'm confused about your motion.
Yeah, I would say that is a great point. I would like, we'll add that to the motion pending it goes back, but we just got to be proactive in that. So given the law, this is not knowing
It'd be easier to
what's
table
gonna
this
happen.
thing. Let's just table
Let's
it
just table
well,
it. So I
but-
make a motion to table this until
Until
we know what is going on.
after June
But then,
22nd.
but
Pre-K through
then
8 at
that's September 1st, so we're going into the school year with the current
We'll,
policy.
we'll
that-
find out on Saturday. We'll know Saturday if it's gonna be the law. So September 22nd is the deadline. June, I apologize. June 22nd is the deadline. If we're gonna know this is gonna be our line. So we're
I think
discussing
it's a-
this, not knowing what's gonna happen in a couple days.
Right.
I think
I think
we
it's
should
good.
pass it.
We don't have a crystal ball. If I did though, I mean, if I was gonna take a bet, I think it passes and this is the law of the land, September 1st. So I kind of think we should just pass
I
it.
think we should too. And then if it doesn't, we can just bring it back to 8, K through 8.
Right, if it doesn't pass, then
Who's on first?
we will.
I'm
As
not
long
gonna,
as-
if we do, if y'all make that motion, I'm not gonna support it. I'm just gonna let everybody know right now. I won't support that. I'm gonna default where we're at right now unless the governor takes proactive action by signing the law. That's just my opinion.
Well, and I have a question about that, because then are we saying that we start school August 11th, we collect $15 up until September 1st, then we stop collecting the money? Or do we start
Do we
August
already-
11th and say this is the rule?
Why don't we just leave it as policy has it?
The other thing is, the first week or so of school, I mean, don't principals let kids have their cell phones out for schedules and?
But there's paper. Why is there a need? for
I'm
that?
just saying,
You
I
can't
think we
say, "Oh,
offer
you
like
can
a
have it
grace
now, but in 2
period.
days, you can't have it. I mean,
To address
That's a bad
that,
precedent.
to address that, Madam President, we've been having conversations about what does it look like for the first days of school, and so we will be printing schedules for
papers,
students. And then we'll print multiple pages, and so you think a school like Forshire High School that has over 3,000 students, we'll have to print about 6,000 copies of student schedules. Students will have a schedule, their homeroom teacher may have a schedule, we'll ask students to write it down. And then so that way they're not walking around the halls with their device looking for their classes. You know, so we'll take care of all those things. But as we tell the staff, especially the first days of school, it's always good to be more strict and then loosen up than to be loose and then try to get strict.
Correct.
That's always the best way to do it in classroom management 101. And so we'll support whatever the board likes to do. If you want to approve the policy in alignment with what we think the law was going to be, we can do that. And it's always good to loosen up at the end. If it doesn't pass, we can always come back to the board and the board can revise it however you choose. But we'll do whatever the will of the board is.
okay. Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I have one more question.
Okay.
Sorry. Can you go back to the slide that showed, it said that the cell phone they can't have the cell phone at all, but that's only after school is let out, correct?
They cannot have the cell phone on, so you're saying here, right?
Go back, right.
After school is fine.
So after school is
After
fine.
school is fine. Go back one.
Okay,
Okay, all right.
yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Okay. So before you make your motion, I just want to be clear on what Trustee Welch was saying. You prefer to table, and if we do move forward, you don't want to support that. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying today on June 17th, 2025, there's too many unknowns about what the governor may or may not do with legislation that's on his desk. And I don't want to put things in place that are in that bill before it becomes law, when it might not become law. And so I think it's easier, it's not as messy to table this and schedule a meeting to cover any kind of other district business, including the student code of conduct, late July before training starts, if that's what we need to do, or sometime in early August. I think that would be the cleanest way to go. So that's my personal preference.
My personal preference is that we make a motion to pass it with the blue writing and then loosen up, like you said, which is easier to loosen up if for some reason it doesn't pass. But I think it's gonna pass.
And one thing to note with the law in HB 1481, the law states that we must then create a policy. So we would have to go back to the policy committee. The policy committee would have to create the policy. They will have to bring the policy, an actual policy, and not just include it in the student code of conduct given September 1st. So this is kind of, the student code of conduct is kind of that weird gray, like, is it policy, is it procedures? The 1481 bill requires school districts and charter schools to adopt a written policy prohibiting students. So that's going to be the law, but the bill clearly says that we're going to have to create a policy. So that's a whole other step that we will have to do.
Well, I think we would use.
We would use this, but this is not an actual, this is part of it, but it's not its standalone policy. Like the bill says, you would have to create a standalone policy for it. So my original motion, and that's the one that's on the table first, is to approve this as written, and then I will edit that to say, given that it has not become a law, we will then continue to charge the $15. Fine.
Do we need to charge the $15?
I mean, we need to inconvenience, well, it said if it becomes a law, then we can't charge the $15. So approve this going forward with the $15. If it becomes a law, then we will drop off that $15 to stay in accordance and underneath the law.
Well, it's only 20 days, and we could come back in the August meeting and add that back if it didn't pass. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
We'd have to make other adjustments
But
anyway.
but the motion will say, we will proceed with this, charging the $15. If it becomes law, then we will not be allowed to charge the $15.
But we're passing this policy assuming it's going to become law.
I think Suzanne's saying the opposite. So if it doesn't pass, then we add the 15 back in. So
That's basically what I said. Yeah, is that this, if we'll put this through, including the $15, then if it becomes law, we will not be allowed to charge that $15 anymore. So putting this in with the $15 fee on there, we're saying the same thing.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were saying the opposite thing. I
was just saying, leave it as is, and then if for some reason it doesn't become law, in August, we'll just address it, and we're gonna have to make changes regardless.
When you're saying leave it as is, it's what's proposed or what it is now?
What's proposed.
Without,
I'm sorry,
what
what's
is,
as presented.
so
presented, okay.
without the $15. So just, yeah, just don't worry about the $15.
We can sort it out in August.
So my question is, if we were to have a meeting in July, late July, before school starts, what is the harm of tabling it until we know?
Isn't the district closed in July? Or no?
No, district's not technically closed, but everyone goes on vacation, so we don't have a set vacation time for our district. Most districts close the first 2 weeks in July, so everybody's gone. So nobody's at work bothering everybody that's on vacation. Hint, hint. So we're not technically closed, but everyone takes their vacation sporadically throughout July, and so that's why we typically don't have a meeting in July, because it'd be hard to get everybody back in the room to have a robust conversation.
So would you, Ms. Box, like to make a motion to pass the cell phone policy portion of the Student Code of Conduct updates as presented?
Well, for parliamentary procedures, I made the motion, so we'll need to have a second. If we don't have a second, then we can make an additional motion.
Okay. Do you want to say yours again, or?
So,
I'm still for tabling. I'm just letting everybody know I'm still for tabling. It's very confusing. I'm going to listen to
who's on
this
first?
motion.
Who's on first?
Can you start the
yes,
motion
so
from the beginning?
my motion is to approve what was presented minus taking off the $15 fee. If the law is passed, then we will be forced by the law to remove that $15 fee.
Trustee Lambert makes that motion. Is there a second?
Okay, wait, just so I understand. The motion is to approve the cell phone policy, pre-K through 12, as presented, excluding the $15 fee,
excluding removal of the $15 fee.
So excluding the removal.
Of the $15 fee, pending it being signed into law, then to fall underneath the law, we will need to remove that. It's my motion I made and I stick it.
Is there a second? Okay, motion dies.
I love it. And we're all laughing.
Do we have another motion?
I would like to make a motion to pass the student cell phone portion of the Code of Conduct as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, can I have a vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3. Wow, that died. Oh,
No, 4.
okay. Motion carries with, now what do I say?
3.
With 4.
4.
4. Yeah, motion carries by 4.
Did you ask for the,
Does anybody abstain?
did you ask for the?
Oh, the no votes?
The no votes?
Okay,
I'm a no
a no?
on that.
Trustee Ruth, no. Okay. Okay. So it passes 4-3. Okay, now we need to talk about the rest of it. So the vaping, do we want to, what do we want to do with that? Do we want the administration to create a table for offenses when it comes to the vaping?
I feel like this is kind of, yeah, I feel like it would be benefit more if we had more time to think about it. And as it's not passed into law, nor does it really affect, well, okay, that's not true. Once school starts. School starts early.
Can we approve it as is with the, and give the administration the charge of creating the discipline steps?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If the board chooses, you can approve it as is, and then direct me to go back and have a conversation with the team, and then we can present something to the board late July, early August, whenever we decide to have another meeting at that time. Bring that back to the trustees, so then you can officially approve it, or you can delegate that to me, and then I can make you aware of what the table is. It's completely up to the board on what you want to do. And so we can do whatever it is you like to do, but we can always do that. We can go back, come up with a table, we can email it to the trustees. I can ask you for individual feedback, but then of course you can't act until you become a board. And so we can always do that. So you can have that information, and then at the meeting, make sure everyone has the information, and then ask for approval or denial.
Okay.
Are we allowed to vote on those type of things at a board workshop, or no? No. We have to be-
Well, you can vote, yeah, we just have to post it on the agenda as an action item and let the public know that it's something that you're going to discuss and act on. So it doesn't, yes, ma'am.
So it's possible to do that maybe early August?
It's possible to do it early August. It's also possible to do it last week in July, I believe. There are 3 dates in July. Like we have several events. We have, convocation. We have new staff stampede. We have some events going on. But the last week in July is an option, and also before school starts, we can try to make something work.
I would just like to go into the school year with the policies clear and not, if somebody's watching the meeting today and we change a policy and it's going to change again, it's going to get confusing. And so to me, there's no harm in tabling some of these items until we have a clear path and plan. So, and then we could have a board workshop and talk about other things that are on the legislators' table right now, on the governor's table.
Yeah, and I think to what Monica said earlier, I think the cell phone thing's a little bit different because that takes a lot of planning and getting into people's minds. Okay, this is what's going to be expected. This is what you're going to have to expect from your students, and your staff at your school. Whereas the vaping thing, it's wrong. It's still going to be wrong. The consequence might change. You know what I'm saying? So if we left it as is and then addressed it in early August, I don't think that would really affect anybody's planning when they're talking to their teachers. It's still wrong. We are not sure what the consequence might be at this moment. But, so, that's what
Okay, so can I have a motion to table the rest of the student discipline updates until a board workshop before the beginning of the year?
So that would, sorry, can I say, would that include, that would be vaping and?
So what the changes would be vaping. Let's see. Also, when it says in the student code of conduct where we're going to change the verbiage of students cannot be suspended, and that's the verbiage according to the House Bill 6. And then the glossary when it comes to what suspension is.
I'll make the motion to table these items.
Okay.
I'll second.
Excuse me, was that a motion to table?
Yes.
And it's to table all.
The remaining.
The remaining.
The remaining item, okay.
So the vaping,
Vaping.
OSS, and the glossary.
Student cannot be suspended.
Everything except seven. Table everything except seven.
Okay, so we have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
And so trustees, just so you know, our job is to make sure that whatever the board decides to do in the act, that we communicate that clearly to the community. And so the team and I, we will have a conversation about how do we communicate this swiftly and clearly to the community and frequently to the community so they have a clear understanding. And so, and we'll always make sure you're a part of that communication. If you'd like to see it first, we can do that also. We'll start sending those things out earlier next week just to let the community know what the board decided to do. And then what the expectations are for young people as they enter school. And then if something changes, you know, we'll let them know that as well. But we'll do a phenomenal job. Ms. Cohamilton, her team will do a phenomenal job. I'm taking credit, but she and her team will do a phenomenal job at communicating that. All right, next, trustees, we have policy FM local. We have Coach Gabbard at the podium to talk about homeschool UIL participation.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Nivens. I'm going to present information regarding homeschool participation in athletics. Already passed law, so we don't have to table it. The Tim Tebow law was passed, House Bill 547 in 2021. The key aspects to it is it allowed non-enrolled students or homeschool students to participate in public education settings. The parent and guardian was responsible for academic oversight, and they could not unenroll from a public school to homeschool and participate. This has already been in law since 2021, and so there's an FM legal policy that's already in place. And so it basically says the same thing we just stated, that the residence requirements, they have to live in the district, the academic requirements, they have to have a norm reference test, and the parents are responsible for academic progress. So this past year in UIL, there were 45 districts or schools that allowed homeschool participation. There are 6 of the 45 were charter schools. Santa Fe is the one school in our region that currently participates, allowing homeschool participation. And it used to be a district decision that had to be presented to UIL by August 1st for varsity participation. The relevant policies were still the same. It was based on the level of participation in activities were local decisions by the school board. Non-enrolled students had to have established residency and a PAPF, which is a previous athletic participation form. It's the same form that a new student who moves in and wants to play varsity fills out to be eligible for varsity competition. Now the new law. Senate Bill 401 was passed in May of this year. It is sitting on the governor's desk. I'm going to compare the 24-25 school year to what the new Senate bill is. So previously to this point, ISDs could opt in to allow homeschool participation. The change now with Senate Bill 401, a district is opted in by default, or the school board has to vote to opt out of allowing homeschool participation. As far as the second tab that's down, homeschool participants may participate in UIL activities as long as they're a resident of the district. That's been the same for both. The other key piece of information with Senate Bill 401, if a district opts in or defaults and opts in, and a neighboring school district opts out, the students that are homeschooled in those neighboring school districts can then attend the closest school that is an opt-in school and allow participation there with local policy or with local approval. And I'll go over that because it's two key pieces that I'll go over again in a second, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So how we would plan on doing this, if we chose to opt in or if we defaulted and opted in, the first thing that they would do, a homeschool student or parent would reach out to our Office of Student Programs. They would complete the online registration forms. We'd require proof of residence. That would allow us to determine what school they would be attending. They would have to have standardized test results to determine grade level, age verification because it's required by UIL for their age level, and a vaccination record. At that point, our Office of Student Programs would contact the campus registrars. They would enroll them as a 0 member, and all that means is they are attending school for 2 hours or less a day. The campus would set up a student identification and a badge for security measures. Step 3, they would meet with our UIL compliance coordinator. They would orientate them to relevant policies that are UIL policies along with LCISD policies. There's athletic participation guidelines. For example, no pass, no play is still in effect with them. Outside participation guidelines during the school day from, let's say we're in school from 8 to 4, they are allowed to participate in the athletic period, but they're not allowed to go home and then go see a private coach or get instruction in that athletic area. There are restrictions during the school day because of that. There's an 8-hour rule for practices. It's in play for both a homeschool participant and a regular participant. And then, of course, the UIL forms and athletic compliance forms that are required by UIL. Step 4 is they're going to meet with the LCISD campus administrator. We're going to have to designate a person on that campus that's going to orientate them to the campus policies and procedures and guidelines. You've got to think for some of these students, it's their first time to be at a public school, so we're going to have to get them in a process of checking in and checking out of campus, designated times and locations for pickup and drop-off, campus safety policies and procedures, and district and campus rules. Step 5, they'll meet with our campus athletic administrator and the coach of their sport. It's going to give them an orientation specifically for that sport and that school's athletic policies that may be a little unique. Procedures and guidelines that we use as a district, once again, the required rank 1 forms and physicals that UIL requires us to have, tryout procedures, how they take place, when they take place, the timing of it, athletic period times and requirements, pick up and drop off again for the athletic period, game and practice schedules for game times, and game day procedures for home games and away games regarding transportation. So for example, we prefer that the student should enroll at the beginning of the semester in which the sport has started because there's going to be an off-season period for every sport, whether it's high school or junior high. Day 1, we start working with them as student athletes. The parent will attend meetings about tryouts or team regulations, just like all of our other parents do. The parents must provide transportation to and from the athletic period during the day and any before or after school practices, unless it's a high school student who's eligible to drive and meets campus transportation requirements. The student must check into the school for the athletic period and then check out of the school to return home, and that's more along campus security guidelines. On game day, students will meet at the school to take district transportation to and from games. So there's 2 decisions that kind of need to be made, and it's important that we make them quickly because it rolls in. You've got to think we start school August 1st with volleyball, water polo, and then football starts August 3rd. So UIL has given us till September 1st to make the decision, but realistically, they kind of want to push us to that August 1st because that's what it's been. This year, it's September 1st because of the late change, but going forward, for every year going forward, it's going to be August 1st like it always has been. So there's kind of 2 motions or potentially 2 motions to look at. The first one, we would either need to decide that we're going to default and opt in and allow participation, or we're going to need a motion to opt out. Okay, so that's the first part, is whether you want to allow participation and opt-in, or you don't want to allow participation, you need a motion to opt out. The second part of that, to me, is an important part because I understand why we would opt in, because you're looking at taxpayers who want their children to be involved. We are not open enrollment in any other kind of transfer. So to me, it's important that we decide also if we're going to opt in, that we make a decision on whether we're going to opt in with participation requirements being they are resident in LCISD, or are we going to allow any local kid to participate within LCISD? Questions?
One thing when looking at House Bill, what was it, 457, the original one, that goes, it's not, when it talks about UIL, it's not just athletics. So we're looking at STEM, journalism, speech and debate, one act play, athletics, music. So we're talking about mariachi, ensemble, wind, orchestra, theater. When we're looking at this, we're not talking just football, basketball, water polo. By us opting in, which is we want all students to have all, whether they're homeschool, whatever, have access to everything we do. So it's not just athletics. So keep that in your frame when we're talking about it, is like, okay, so it's everything UIL varsity level, from academics to athletics. So there's that note. Questions about is there a stipend, an allotment, anything for these students? Will we charge fees? Because the law allows districts to charge fees to the participants. So what does that look like for us? The law also says that those participants will have to meet the academic standards. They'll have to take the standardized test. So all these things that I don't know, are we prepared? I mean, of course, I want to give access to all these students will the numbers support that? Will there be a lot that we have to worry about? Coach Gabbard, will we have it to where like they have to reside in the high school's attendance boundary, or will they be able to choose which high school they go to as long as they're in LCISD's boundaries?
It currently is based off their residency. So if they're zoned for Lamar Consolidated High School, they go to Lamar Consolidated High School.
Right.
Unless we have a local policy that's different than that.
Okay, and so if we go something different where we're accepting students from outside our boundaries, if we go that route, Katy ISD, or Fort Bend ISD, or say Needville, for example, one of our ones that surround us, will they go to that closest high school closest to that, or what will that look like then?
If we opt in with no limitations, it is the closest school to the residents.
To the residents, okay. So is there an allotment that the district will get to cover that?
Not on the front end, there is on the back end. At the end of the year, you turn in PEMS numbers. We would have to change some of the documentation we do for it, but it's up to $1,500 per participant.
Okay, $1,500. And are we can't go in there and cherry pick which events or which, if we want to say just athletics or anything like that.
That's a local policy.
That would be a local policy?
Mhm.
So we would be able to do that? Okay. So, but we will say, okay, for everyone else that is no longer interested in athletics, but they want to be, they're, one act play, they're thespians, and they want to come be a part of that, we won't allow that. That will have to be our own policy, correct?
Yes, sir, that can be a policy. In the policy committee, we talked about the board, the policy committees said to add a paragraph in the policy that says, we will allow it. This is before all the laws came out. We will allow it. And then the committee asked me and my team to develop regulations on how we will implement that. And so we can do the same thing here. Now we're automatically opted in. And so if the board decides to continue to be opted in, then what my team and I can do is we can go back and create regulations. We already have some that's written. Create some regulations, send that to the trustees for you to look at, and get some guidance on if you want to make it just for athletics, if you want to make it all UIL participants, give me some guidance on that, and then we can create a regulation on that specifically for the trustees to look at our next meeting to vote to approve.
And that will be allowed within the law, because the law says UIL activities. It doesn't necessarily say that you can pick and choose which ones. Correct?
Yes, it could be a local policy, so the board can give us authority to say, we want to opt in, And then we say that, we'll follow the regulations set by administration, and then the regulations will say, we're only opting in for these particular events, or we're opting in for all.
Could that potentially contradict what the law is, though? Because the law says UIL activities.
Right, but the law says you have the option to
Okay.
opt out.
Perfect.
And so what we would do is we would opt in on some things, opt out on others, or opt out on all things, or opt in on all things.
When we did the policy, I believe we said it was for athletics only, was that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when we did kind of talk about that, and
That policy wasn't in our board book, so the other trustees have not received the policy.
The policy stated that we would opt in, and then the regulations said it was only for athletics.
Correct,
And
okay.
so we'll make sure that we get that to the trustees
Yeah.
as soon as possible, so you can look at it. And then it really depends on the will of the board. If you'd like to create an entire policy for it, we can do that. If you'd like us to do a regulation, we can do that. And so we would get all of our sponsors and our directors in the room to have a conversation about what that looks like. And then we can create a regulation or have a policy committee meeting and draft the policy and then bring it back to the board at the next meeting.
Mr. Gabbard, was it 1,500 per student or per sport?
Per participant.
Oh, okay.
Is it 1,500 per student per UIL activity?
The law states per participant, and it's kind of very general and vague.
The way that I read it was that it's
I thought it said per
per,
sport, but I
it's
don't.
per
I just
activity,
looked at it
per
briefly.
UIL activity. But we have further conversation about this?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Ms.
So, yes, the policy was not in here. And so just in looking at this and reaching out to some of the constituents about the way that they felt about this policy, there was an overwhelming majority against this. And so it was surprising, I believe that the policy that the committee wanted to opt in, that was the purpose of
To allow it,
this.
yes.
Correct, okay. So in this, it says that this policy to allow homeschool kids to come and participate in UIL, it aligns with our strategic plan. And I have to disagree with that being on, obviously, the strategic planning committee, that we have built a strong student-centered public school system. And when we look across Texas, less than 4% prior to this of school districts have opted into this policy. So in here, it says that this is attuned to local culture and customs, and I would say that adopting this policy is not a reflection of local culture, but it's stepping out of it. So what I would like to do is I would like to make a motion to table this item until next year, because we don't know what it's going to look like.
Well, can I say,
I'm sorry, if we table it, we're automatically opted in. So just this past year, the policy committee, it was brought to our attention to opt, because you had to opt in.
Yes.
So yes, and we didn't create necessarily a policy. We were bringing the idea to the board to see if we wanted to opt in or not. And then the law changed. So now we have to opt out. But we can't make a motion to table unless
Okay,
that would opt us in, if that makes sense.
A motion to opt out.
well, can we have more discussion further?
We can't, we need to, she has the motion on the table, so we can, do we have a second? Okay.
We haven't had a discussion about it.
Now we can discuss.
Now we can discuss.
That just gets us.
Okay, well-
Do I need to do that first? Oh, can I pause you? Because we do have public participation. Okay, so I believe we have one person here to participate.
It is the desire of the Lamar CISD Board of Trustees to appropriately and effectively fulfill its governance role in accordance to best practices for quality organizations and to the applicable provisions of the Texas Education Code. Trustees also desire to afford an opportunity for public input for input from the public. Members of the community
who wish to address the board must have completed a public participation card and submitted it before the presiding officer called the meeting to order. Public participation allows individuals to address the board regarding posted agenda items. Public comment allows individuals to address the board regarding non-agenda items. Trustees may not respond to public comments as they are prohibited by law from discussing or deciding any subject that is not on the board's publicly noticed agenda. All patrons desiring to speak and who have completed a public participation public comment form will be heard during the public participation portion of the meeting before final board action is taken on an agenda topic. While speakers generally have 5 minutes to address the board, the presiding officer may establish an overall time limit for public participation and adjust the time allotted to each speaker when necessary to accommodate a large number of speakers. However, no speaker shall be given less than 1 minute. All of this is in compliance with HB 2840. Each speaker tonight will have 5 minutes. Each speaker must address the board from the provided podium unless special accommodations have been requested and approved. Speakers are to present their remarks to the board and not to the audience. Speakers having complaints against individual district employees may only address the board after filing a complaint form and in the manner provided for in Board Policy DGBA, Employee Complaints, F&G, Student and Parent Complaints, GF, Public Complaints. The presiding officer or designee shall determine whether a speaker has filed a complaint according to policy. Any speakers who complain of individual district employees during public participation may be directed by the presiding officer to refrain from naming the employee and will refer the speaker to the appropriate complaint policy. School board meetings are meetings held in public but are not public meetings. While the school board values hearing from members of the public, trustees will not answer questions or respond to comments from patrons. Speakers will not engage in dialogue with the trustees. Please state your name when you come forward. Our speaker tonight is Stacy Ortiz.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Stacy Ortiz, and I am a resident of Richmond and the parent of Titus Ortiz, a homeschool student residing within the boundaries of Lamar CISD. I'm writing to respectfully request that the board consider adopting a policy to allow homeschool students to participate in University Interscholastic League, UIL, activities as permitted under Texas Senate Bill 547. My son previously attended Foster High School, where he was a proud member of the wrestling team his freshman year during the 2024-2025 school year. During that time, he achieved significant success, winning first place in the JV district wrestling tournament and being voted Wrestler of the Year by his teammates. This recognition reflects both his athletic skill and the respect he earned from his peers and coaches. He had an excellent experience representing the school, and he would be honored to continue doing so as a homeschool student. In addition to his success in UIL wrestling, homeschooling has allowed my son to fully pursue his lifelong passion for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which he has been dedicated to since the age of 6. The flexibility of homeschool has enabled him to travel extensively for training and tournaments, which is where he is now, training, opportunities that would not have been feasible in a traditional school setting. His dedication has led to extraordinary accomplishments. He is currently ranked #1 in the world by both Jiu-Jitsu World League and the International Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Federation, IBJJF. Just last month, he traveled to Rome and became the European champion in his division. These achievements reflect not only his talent, but also his discipline, commitment, and the value of a non-traditional education path that still keeps him rooted in this community. While he pursues jiu-jitsu at the international level, he remains deeply connected to the district and hopes to continue contributing locally through UIL sports. Senate Bill 547 provides the option for school districts to allow homeschool students to compete in UIL academic, athletic, and fine arts activities at their zoned public schools, provided that they meet the same eligibility requirements as enrolled students. We are fully committed to meeting all the academic documentation and eligibility standards required by the district. Homeschool families like ours are invested members of the Lamar CISD community. My husband is a bus driver for the district. We support local district programs and value the opportunity for our children to participate in district activities. Allowing homeschool students to participate in UIL fosters equity, strengthens community engagement, and gives students like my son the chance to grow on and off the mat. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration. I would welcome the opportunity to speak further to provide any additional documentation needed, and my son would be honored to continue representing Lamar CISD through his hard work, dedication, and sportsmanship. Thank you.
Now we can continue discussion. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just here if y'all have any questions.
Yep.
I'll say, I fully support opting in to this, because I'm gonna quote, a lot of folks are tired of hearing me say this. There's a lawyer in the city of Houston named Dave Thomas, who I heard at Region 4. He gave a stat in my first year on the board that I've remembered ever since. 30% of the public has a direct connection to the public school system, meaning a student in their home or an employee in the home that's directly connected to the school system. Yet 70% do not and also pay the bills. So 70% of the public does not have a direct connection to Lamar CISD. This is a general number statewide, but they pay our bills. And for whatever reason, we just heard one from one local resident who pays our bills, who pays for our facilities, whose student is pursuing a different path education-wise, but would love to be part of our athletic program. And in my opinion, deserves that right. Those parents have contributed to our facilities, helped pay the salaries. I fully support this. The policy committee began working on this before the state legislature was in session in January, and we've been talking about this for a while. So I want the public to know and my colleagues to know I fully support opting in and allowing homeschool students to be part of all UIL opportunities in Lamar.
As I'm still trying over here to decipher the law, I don't know if we have the ability to opt in, and like what you just said, all UIL activities, are we prepared as a district? Do we want to say all, or are we going to say just athletics? I don't see where we can choose which ones to go towards or not.
That was my understanding, is that it was, you have to participate, give that to everything, all activities across UIL. So I would just like to add that I'm not saying that we don't opt in later, but it's like all the other items that we discussed tonight, that we don't have a clear policy in place at the state level. And it concerns me that this item is not a budgeted item. And while we might get $1,500 from the state, we do not know the actual cost that it costs the district per student, per activity. And having a year to figure that out, to me, is more responsible with taxpayer money. Not just that it's not currently budgeted, but the state has not finalized the UIL or the TEA implementation guidance, leaving major questions about the funding, logistics, oversight, and accountability unanswered. So I just think that for us to stay opted in right now is premature.
I disagree. I think, with the student, $1,500 per student, I don't know. I guess it depends on how many sports the student plays, what we allow them to play. With the policy that we wrote, like John said, long before the law changed, we had decided on UIL athletics is what we had decided. And with $1,500, I believe that covers any kind of uniform cost. Also, many of our homeschool students, they have friendships in the community, either through church, through activities, Boy Scouts, whatever. So they have a lot of friends in public schools. So they've built friendships and relationships. We have homeschool families that attend public activities. They go to the theater programs. They go to our football games. They go to volleyball games. So they're in the community and they're engaged, but they're not engaged in this way. And so I agree with John. I think that, they are taxpayers and maybe what we do is we do start with athletics and see how that works. We don't know how many homeschool students we have in our community or in each individual, district, and not all homeschool students want to participate. It's not like, oh, you can, so we have like 500 show up. But if we start out with something like athletics and we feel like we are able to maybe increase it in a year, or maybe it's not working out and maybe we don't, it's not working out for the school and we don't do that. We can always reevaluate in a year. But I do feel that it is more than reasonable to start somewhere. I do, however, disagree with number 2. I don't feel like we should open it up to residents who are not taxpayers, who come from Katy or Fort Bend or Needville. Because not many, I don't know if that will change, if other districts will opt in or opt out, you see what I'm saying, participate. So, but I do think it should be open to residents who pay the taxes in our area.
I have to advocate for those students and those children. As personally being a public virtual homeschool teacher, I've seen the advantages that those kids have that go to districts that have opted into this. I personally would never want to be a part of a district that told a kid no. If we look at those guidelines, the state lists them very clearly. And if we have members of our community who are wanting that opportunity, to know that a district said, no, we don't want you, that hurts my heart as a teacher. And I also want to make sure, the board understands, if you go back, it is a qualification that you have a standardized testing score to come in. So that really kind of streamlines who exactly we're allowing to come. They've got to be in a very highly qualified homeschool program. So this is not opening it up to any homeschool. I know there's a lot of parents who choose homeschool who choose to not have that standardized testing route. Therefore, those families cannot participate. But I personally know that the students that I teach are the kids that are so talented that they want to go reach their dreams, and being in our standardized school day it doesn't allow them that opportunity, but they still want to participate and they still want to be with their friends, and I want to let them do that.
I have a couple clarifying questions, and we do have a motion on the table in a second. For sports that have already kind of tried out for the year, so cheerleading, dance, things like that, those girls would not be able to participate for the 25-26 school year? Or what would?
I couldn't answer on behalf of dance, but I could tell you with cheer. So cheer has 2 different teams, kind of. We have the team that they try out for that we call our sideline team. They try out for last year, and they've tried out for football in essence. You have a JV and a varsity. We have spirit cheer, and a lot of that's because we currently don't allow freshmen to be on varsity and sideline cheer. For them to earn their letter jacket, they participate in UIL Spirit Cheer, which is a January competition. So for cheer, they could roll in to that category.
Okay.
And for UIL, classifies spirit different than athletics. So if we would allow that, we would have to opt in spirit as well.
Coach, oh, Mr. Arroyo?
Yes, I do have a question. I just want to clarify that if I understood correctly, you mentioned that homeschool students are subject to the no pass, no play regulation?
Correct.
Okay. And so since parents are responsible for the administration of the academics, is there already
We'll have a form that they'll fill out every 3 weeks as their grade check, just as if we were filling out a form or checking grades for a kid who's in school.
Okay. I'd like to concur with Trustee Henderson. In my college classes, my LCISD students are very strong performers. But I also have students who are homeschooled, who some are in my class, in my college class, for dual credit purposes. Others are former homeschooled students. And in addition to my college class, the students that I work with through 4-H are also top performers. And a big reason for that is the parental support. And I completely agree. Frankly, I believe that we should allow them to participate. They'll be subject to the same standards as our students. And frankly, I'm going to come down on the end of allowing them to participate in all programs that across the gamut. I think it makes it stronger experience for them as students, and it supports public education. And I believe that it will, rising tide raises all ships, and we'll all be better for it.
I'd also like
Coach
to add to,
I'm sorry. Mr. Welch?
Coach Gabbard, on a sport like basketball, for instance, high school basketball, there's a limited number of spots compared to football, for instance. So any homeschool student would still have to try out and be good enough for the coach to select that student, right?
Correct.
So
If things were in place the way we would like for them to be done, the first day of school, they'll enroll in school. From then until roughly, like girls' basketball starts middle of October, so October 15th, girls' basketball starts. They have a 3-day tryout process, and at that point, they'll determine what team they're on, if they were to make a team.
If they were to make a team. So it's possible that a kid is really not that good. His parents think he is, he thinks he is, and he just doesn't make the team, and he wanted to participate, but he's just not able to participate because he's not good enough athletic-wise. That's a possibility as well?
Yes, sir.
Hypothetically, let's say that we had been opted in and we had a homeschool student who was part of the Randall State winning championship. If it turned out that that child we didn't do our due diligence, or someone didn't do their due diligence and they were failing at homeschool, would they be able to retroactively, if that student played in the game, take away the title?
Yes, ma'am.
So.
And it's not just that part of it, it's the other UIL rules that apply as well. The participation outside of school, the practice time, all of it. If it's a UIL rule, it's a violation. It could be that.
And so it's incumbent on the district and our UIL coordinators to make sure that they are eligible before they play in any game like that?
Yes, ma'am.
that's what they do for all students. So, I mean, any student can leave school and go get a QB coach. I mean,
Right.
So it's.
A lot of this is talking about, it puts the onus on the parent, but we have to, I mean, I would hate for something like that to happen.
Well, they would be turning their grades in to the coaches. I mean, they're the ones who look over all the progress reports and all that before they approve them.
There's a process that we have that our coaches put in as shared documents that goes through their campus the head coach, the campus coordinator, the principal has access to it, and our office has access to it, and we check it. Every grade report, we're checking it.
And these kids will be expected to be just as much a part of the team as any other student. So, well, even hypothetically, let's say it's UIL theater or it's choir and there's after-school practices, or what about situations where, I mean, I know my daughter would have practices during the school day that weren't part of her choir period.
So go back to basketball, for example, most of our boys' basketball periods and some of our varsity football athletic periods are during fourth period. So they will be expected to be there from 11 to 12.
Okay.
So that check-in process and that checkout process becomes very important. And then at 4 o'clock after school's out, they also start after-school practice, or they've practiced before school. So those 2 times that student athlete's expected to be there and participate.
Okay. And I imagine they have to come in the front office, just like everybody else, check in and check out through the front office, so
Yes,
we
ma'am.
know who is in our school at all times. Okay. Anybody have anything else?
My hesitation is limiting it to just one thing, because like we in our minds, we view cheer as athletics, but under UIL, it's a different category. So we would have to be very specific on what we're allowing, what athletics, what spirit, whether it's that. And then I want to be very clear and understand that the law allows us to exclude academic activities from this UIL, because from what, I am not a lawyer, I've always wanted to be one when I grow up, but from what I'm reading in the text, it just says UIL activities. So I want to be very clear that we are allowed to say we're only selecting spirit and athletics, that we're allowed to do that. I want to keep us as a district above approach and make sure that the law is followed.
So we have a motion on the table, and can you remind us of your motion, what it is exactly?
So I just want to clarify, it's not to leave any children behind. That's not it's that this is something that, this is a lot. We have to have somebody on each campus, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We have to have somebody on each campus and everything outlined, ready to go for cheer, or starts at the beginning of August. So that's what I'm afraid of, is that we're not prepared for it. And having students come in that aren't technically enrolled could be problematic, disruptive, if we don't have a proper policy in place. So, but that being said, if I can amend it to say that to opt out for this school year, 25-26. And then, obviously, we revisit it. August 1st is the deadline for.
It gets revisited every year.
Right.
We already had a current motion on the table.
So you're
Can she-
making an amendment to your motion, is that right? Or you just want to withdraw and make a new motion?
I'll withdraw and make a new motion.
Okay.
That seems cleaner.
That's fine.
I will make a note that my motion, or my second to the motion, was to get us to the point to where we can discuss it like we did. So that was my intent for the second, is to allow us for parliamentary procedure, get us to a point of discussion. So that was.
So Ms. Marster's motion is to opt out for the 25-26 school year, correct?
Correct.
Do I have a second? Okay. No second, so it dies. I'm sorry. Discussion?
No, I'm not going to second that, but if the motion's dead, I would like to make a motion.
Okay, you may do that.
I would like to make sure Lamar CISD is opted in to allow UIL participation.
We don't have to do that. We don't have to make a motion to opt in.
You will have
I
to
would
make a
like to make
motion.
a motion to allow Lamar CISD students to opt in, but not allow students from other districts to participate.
Okay. Do I have a second?
For all activities.
For UIL activities.
I second.
Okay, wait. Yes.
So when we had the policy committee meeting, we really only discussed athletics. So I don't know the whole entirety of what all UIL activities encompasses and how that would affect. I mean, we went through all of the details for athletics and how that would affect us and the processes that we would put in place, which Mr. Gabbard just went over. So opting to do that without knowing the capacity of all of that or how it would affect other things during the school day, that.
Okay, I'll make it simple then. I'm going to withdraw my motion, and I'm going to make a second I'm going to make another motion, first clean motion. Opt in Lamar CISD to UIL athletic events and not allow kids from other districts to participate. And if my motion is seconded and passed, then we can talk about UIL non-athletic events.
Okay, do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, trustee Box seconds, discussion?
Again, I just want to state that we're operating within the law on that.
So what you want is
I want
clarification, a clear
clarification
yes
on
or
the
no.
law that we can say, and because we're saying athletics, KDISD, it's up to the district to see where they want to put cheer and all that kind of stuff. So if we need to go in there to say we want to allow athletics and cheer, athletics and dance, those are different UIL events. Those fall under different things. So we would need to be very specific to keep us, let our intent be seen.
Is
Our
that
intent be
correct?
known.
Would we have to specifically add in certain, like spirit, cheer?
That's just the board, the local decision at that point.
Okay.
To me, with UIL athletics, UIL spirit is underneath our realm. Right now, there's not a UIL dance competition. And so that's where the cheer kind of falls under athletics right now and the dance does not.
So essentially, what we are opting in by default, but we are saying no to other residents. And then we can still, we still have time to say who can participate and who can't by creating a local policy?
Correct.
And do we have to have that policy done by September 1st? Okay. So is everybody good with that? So we have a motion to opt in, but opt out of neighboring districts and athletics only. And we have a second. Okay. Any more discussion?
Can we have that policy in place at the meeting that we were going to have in early August?
We're
Send you the policy.
Well, and to that note, though, it never made it out of the policy committee to the full board. The full board never saw that policy.
We never created an actual policy. We had a little blurb that we would put into the policy, but once this law changed, we kind of just paused that, I guess you could say. We didn't, yeah.
So we'll revert.
We were all good in that. I read that. We were all good in that.
So then we'll just go back to policy committee and we will hash out the details of.
And we will vote before September 1st on that. Okay? Okay, so can I call for the vote? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we will now have reports and presentations on the information items. However, it is 9 o'clock. Does anybody need a short recess, 5-minute bathroom break? Okay. So what do I do? Recess. Okay, I'm calling for a recess at 9:08 p.m. We will be back in 7 minutes.
No, you're doing it.
Y'all ready? Okay. It is 9:18. We are back in open session. We will now have reports and presentations on the information items.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President, we have our legislative update financially from our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Ludwig.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Tonight, we will cover the more finance-related legislative topics. This is an overview, of legislation that really has significant impact to Lamar CISD. It's not comprehensive or exhaustive by any means, and there are a lot of other bills that will impact the district financially, operationally, instructionally, and we've seen some of those tonight. We won't be covering the impact of potential homestead exemptions, at least monetarily, that'll be presented to voters in November. Those will provide tax relief to taxpayers, which is the good news, but it'll just change the allocation or the share of state funding that the state pays versus the local taxpayers pay, not necessarily the amount. And as I mentioned earlier, there will be hold harmless funding that in the calculations will make us whole as a district, and it'll replace any tax collections that we might be short on. The session ended on June 2nd. It'll take time to understand all the interpretations, and of course, accuracy is important to us, and we will amend the budget as necessary before September 1st. The estimates in the public hearing were based on current information and current law, but the recent legislative action is not included in the budget yet, but we are getting ready to amend. So now, with that, I'll cover the significant legislation. There's about $8.5 billion in new funding to public schools, but it really isn't all new money. Some of it is, some of it is not. $4.2 billion was set aside for teacher compensation. We talked earlier this evening about teacher retention, the teacher retention allotment. And for us, that's worth about $11.8 million. We are in the category where 3 or 4 years of experience. Teachers will receive $2,500 and $5,000 for teachers with 5 or more years of experience. The state set aside $500 million for non-administrative staff pay raises. For us, that's about $2 million, and that was the support staff retention allotment that we talked about earlier. There's $1.3 billion set aside by the state for a new fixed cost allotment. For Lamar CISD, that's about $4.8 million. Probably about a quarter of that will be spent on employee benefits. There are additional withholdings that are required when you provide raises for staff. So part of that money for us will go to that. It is called the allotment for basic costs, and it's $106 per enrolled student. It's also intended to pay for utilities, transportation, and other types of costs. The legislature set aside $677 million for early learning programs. The district will receive about $1.4 million there. And when I give you figures, those are all estimates that we've seen models run for our district. There's $430 million set aside in additional school safety funding. The per student allotment is going from $10 to $20 a student, and per campus allotments from $15,000 per campus to $33,540. There's $850 million in increases for special education, and to include a move to an intensity-based model of funding, most of that in year 2 of the biennium. For Lamar, it's $1.7 million. The state set aside $200 million for charter facilities, $300 million to increase the small and mid-sized school allotment, adjustment for that, $153 million for career and technical education. Lamar CISD will benefit about $700,000. With that, $135 million for teacher prep and certification initiatives. That will require that all teachers in foundation courses be certified by 2930. There was a $55 increase to the basic allotment, which for Lamar is about $2 million. However, that's really a move, what I call from one pocket to the other, because even though we're getting more money in the basic allotment, the guaranteed yield Tier 2 enrichment money is actually decreasing. And so for the first year of the biennium, we're looking at about $2 million minus $800,000. In the second year of the biennium, we're actually losing more of Tier 2 money than we're gaining. So it's, like I say, it's moving money from one pocket to the other. And the way the state's doing that is they're freezing the guaranteed allotment factor, which is about $130. They're freezing that instead of allowing it to go up. And so that's how they're paying for that. Of that, all of those items I just talked about, Lamar CISD will benefit about $25.7 million. And of course, I listed all those there. $20.4 million of that is really directed towards certain types of spending. So we talked about the $12 million that'll go to the teacher retention allotment, $2 million to support staff retention, $1.5 million to, well, actually $1.5 million of the 4.8 for benefit costs. And you can see there on the slide, about $20.4 million of that is committed. So what that leaves is about $5 million to still allocate. Our plan is for cabinet and the superintendent to have discussions about mandated uses of the funds, additional budget priorities, and any budget amendments that we would like to propose. We will also have board budget committee meetings to discuss those priorities, and then we'll have the amendments to the budget before September 1st. And with that, I'll answer any questions you have.
I think one thing I would like to note for the community and for people watching is that the state legislature goes in there and they put these mandates on our district and say, and then a lot of the times those mandates are non-funded mandates. So for like the increase for the school safety allotment, it's one of those ones that said, okay, you have to have an armed, somebody on campus that is armed, whether it's a marshal or as a district, we have chose police officers. The money that was previously there was not fully funded. So now we get to allocate some of that money that was taken away from one pot. We now get to replace that. So a lot of these, you'll see increases, but now we actually get to use the money for what we say we're going to use it for or what it was intended to be used for. Am I correct?
Right.
Correct. And so, like, you know, when you leave our schools, every campus, there's a sign that's there that says sex trafficking and how say no to it and all that. That was one of those state mandates that was required by the state for us to put. So a lot of these increases is now realizing that kind of like the vaping bill, they're realizing now there's some things that's costing money that we need to add increases to. So just a little point of clarification, not necessarily clarification, but just to beat that horse again about there is unfunded mandates and now they're catching up some.
Can I ask, it said 1.7 million for the special education evaluations. What does that mean specifically?
There are provisions where 1.7 million, it's the fourth item down, will be used or at least replace some of the funds that we already allocate for student evaluations. I think Ms. Mathis is in the audience, so we'll ask her to get into that in a little bit more detail.
I'm sorry. What is your specific question?
I was just wondering, so that money has to be spent on evaluation specifically?
Correct.
And what does that mean?
So based on what I've read about the evaluations, like this year we had about 1,500 evaluations, and so we get $1,000 per evaluation. And so it would basically help us fund the high number of referrals that we have.
So you're talking about a student is referred to special education.
Yes,
They'll
ma'am.
You do an evaluation and determine which program that they go into or if they go into a program.
Say that again.
I said, so if someone referred a child to special education and then you would do the evaluation there to determine what program, if a program that they go to. So that's the evaluation process that they're talking about here.
Right, eligibility. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay.
Before you leave, I have another special ed question for you real quick. Sorry. So I know with the school choice bill that the public education districts will be given $1,000 to test those kids. Would that money come from there?
I'm not sure how they're allocating for schools of choice.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that could possibly be why that money is there, because we will be given that money to test those students.
It could be. We haven't received a lot of clarification on the bills just yet. Hopefully, sometime in July, we have a T-case board that distributes the information with clarification.
For those evaluations, was there a pot of money specifically set apart before, or is this just saying now you're gonna pull from this pot of money? Because was that money coming from somewhere else?
No, it was just part of our budget. We just
Okay.
budget for evaluations through the federal grant as well as local funds.
And so now you can use your budget for what it needs to be, and so now for these evaluations that you can now.
Yes.
Could you go, I think it's back one slide. This one. Could you explain that top line for me again?
Yes, okay, so in the models that we've seen, when you increase the basic allotment by $55, our regular program funding will increase by about $2 million. The regular program allotment is part of Tier 1, and the funding formula has two big pieces, Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 2 is the guaranteed yield, and the guaranteed yield is we get what they call enrichment funds based on our tax effort. So our tax rate, tax collections, all that stuff figures into that calculation. We have 5 cents of enrichment pennies, 4 that the board adopted between 2008 and 2012. And then we have 1 penny from 2019. Those extra pennies generate additional funding. That's basically what the guaranteed yield is. The new legislation actually is, and a component of that calculation is the guaranteed yield, the $129.52, $129.52. The state is now going to freeze that amount at $129, whereas it typically would have moved up to $132, and then it would have moved up to $140, which would have increased our guaranteed yield. Instead, it's frozen, so but the way the calculation works, our guaranteed yield money will drop. So the $800,000 is how much it will drop this next year. So we're getting $2 million, we're losing $800,000, so we're netting $1.2 million. I don't know if that,
No, I understand. I'm just, they gave us $55 increase, but not really.
So it just changed pockets.
Okay. Okay, thank you for explaining that. Okay. What is next? Bond? Okay, yes, next up is item B, 2025 bond update.
All right, we have Mr. Buchanan in the podium.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Now we will bring forth a discussion. We have a lot of input at our last meeting, June 16th of 2025. So now we're bringing back that input and giving you a little bit more options as we move forward in the process. So again, we had a bond citizen committee that met. These were the members of our committee. Committee met on June 10th. They discussed all the propositions. They also discussed the financial impact, and then they voted on each individual item. So here is our proposed projects with the feedback that we received. Proposition A, we have elementary schools 39 through 45. Elementary school 39 and elementary school 45 received 95% in favor of from our Bond Citizen Committee, 100% for elementary schools 40 through 44. For our secondary schools, we have the Lehman and Roberts addition. We also have secondary 9 complex made up of those 3 campuses, and then the Terry High School, George Junior High, and Navarro Middle School replacement. We did remove the 1,200-seat auditorium addition. That has been removed from our input last night. I do have one bit of information. The question last night was how much square footage was going to be added to the building, and it was 30,000 square feet was what the net square footage addition would be for that auditorium. Again, the input from the Bond Citizen Committee was 100% for Lehman and Roberts, 100% for secondary 9, and 95% for the Terry, George Junior High, Navarro. This is again the map of our 25-26 school year. The top left-hand corner, you'll see the octagon with the number 8. That is where the secondary 8 complex, which is part of the 22 bond, is currently being constructed. So that site is under construction now for all 3 of those campuses. The location of Terry High School would move down to the Spur 10 Klosterhoff Road. That is the same site that we're building the current CTE center that will open in the fall 26. So we're looking at that site to be able to move those. Again, like our discussion last night, was to be able to separate the 2 campuses, Lamar and Terry, to be able to expand those attendance zones. Again, Terry High School will be built at 2,575 with the ability to add another 500-seat addition in the future. These are our support campuses. There has been no modification since our last meeting. Again, the Bond Citizen Committee was in favor of all of these items by 100%. We'll briefly go through the roofing and air conditioning. These are the color tracks. These are the scope of work that we'll be doing at each one of those campuses. So here's the blue and red track. Gold and green. Maroon and purple. Silver and our support buildings. So now I'm going to bring Dr. Jones up for Proposition B and C, and then I'll be back for Prop D.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. From the feedback we received last night, we split the technology proposals into 2 different propositions. This first one is specifically focusing on the technology devices refresh. So that would be 2 projects. It would be the technology equipment refresh, which is $43.8 million, and the graphic arts updates, which was $250,000, which the Bond Citizens Committee supported with 100%. The total for this proposition would be $44.1 million. Just a reminder of the details of what an equipment refresh is. Equipment refresh is replacing technology equipment that has an expired warranty or is no longer supported for security or functionality updates. Our computers, desktops, laptops, and monitors are purchased with a 5-year warranty. iPads are not purchased with a warranty, but they typically have a 5-year functional lifespan. Below is the list of devices per year that would need to be replaced based off of their warranty falling out of that 5-year period or the suspected functionality time rolling out for those devices. For monitors, it would be about 1,400 devices. Student laptops, 20,700. Student desktops, 4,500. Staff laptops, 2,900, close to 3,000. Staff desktops, 4,600. And iPads would be about 21,000. For graphic arts, the graphic arts team, the department there supports large-scale printing for the district, including high-volume printing and large format printing. Tools identified for replacement include 1 large format printer, replacing a large volume paper cutter, replacing a cutter, creaser, perforator, folder machine, and replacing 4 Wacom tablets, which are graphic design tools. Estimated costs. The per device pricing is based on current quotes. An additional 15% is put in there to cover the price of these. I'm going to have a little bit more details about some of the specs because that was a question from last night, so I'm going to share that a little bit. But for monitors, about $230, student laptops, $966, student desktops and staff desktops is $1,150, and the staff laptop is $1,495 with the 15%. iPads, $402. Overall cost of the project, you can see by school year the number of devices that would need to be refreshed or replaced, the total estimated unit cost, and the cost of each project for a total of $44,125,738. Just a breakdown of each of those by major category. You can see that student laptop refresh is the most, followed by iPads, desktops, and then staff laptops. Some frequently asked questions about this. First one is the price of student laptops. The price of student laptops seems high. Some people have said, why are we budgeting $840 for a student laptop? Again, it's the cost. This cost has risen significantly in the past 6 months, but we are purposely getting devices with larger batteries. It's the number one piece of feedback we have about our devices is that we wish the battery life would last longer. And as a reminder, unlike standard consumer devices, student laptops are built to be more durable, include that 5-year accidental damage warranty to minimize long-term repair expenses. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the technical specifications of our laptops to help clarify what we're getting there. I'm going to try and really explain this in very user-friendly language. There's some phrases up there that look a little scary, but they're not. They're very easy to understand, I promise. So this is our 3 different laptop types, our student laptop, instructional laptop, and our administrator laptop, and the current cost if we got a quote today. These were the quotes that we received today for these devices. And then there's the 4 major components of the device and what they are and how they impact the pricing of that device. And so I'm going to briefly explain those. The processor is kind of like the brains of the computer. It is taking in the data and it's spitting out the work. It's doing all of the work for the device. And so for our student laptops, it's an Intel i5. It's an older processor type, and it has 10 cores. The 10 cores is like the brains. How many brains does it have there doing the work? An Intel Core Ultra 5 V Pro is what we have for our instructional laptops and our administrator laptops. That's a newer model of processor. It's a heavier, stronger processor. And for our instructional laptops, we have 12 cores, so it has 2 additional cores for working and thinking harder and faster. And for our administrator laptop, it has 14 cores, so 2 more from our instructional laptops. The storage category there, we have RAM, which is the working memory. The computer works on, as it works, it has its memory that it does all of its processing, and then it has its storage, the long-term storage. That's the second line there, the SSD. It's called solid state drives. So it's like a flash drive inside of the computer itself. It's not one of those disks that spins anymore. So all 3 of these models have the same amount. What is not listed on this page is the write speed for the RAM. For our student laptops, it has a slower write speed, so it's a little bit slower device, and it gradually gets faster as we move up instructional laptop to administrator laptop. So it's a faster machine. It processes things more quickly. The battery for the student laptop and instructional laptop, the student laptop is a recent change. It now matches what our instructional laptops are, and our administrator laptops have a 4-cell 63 watt-hour battery. What watt-hours is saying is how many watt-hours of wattage usage will the device work. So on average, let's say it takes about 8 watts of power to use the device. So if you have a 55 watt-hour device and it's using 8 watts every hour, it's going to last about 6 or 7 hours with that type of regular usage. So that's what those numbers are helping tell you. And then the last piece there is the screen size. Our student laptops are a smaller screen size. It's 14-inch. For our instructional and administrator laptops, they're 16-inch. As an adult who's gotten a little older in the past few years, it's suddenly creeped up on me. I have learned to appreciate a larger screen size, and so that's why we have those instructional and administrator laptops with a little bit larger screen size. They are all touch screen. We have found in feedback from our staff and our students that they really enjoy those touch screen computers. We did reach out to one of our vendors today to get a price of what if we pulled back on some of these things. And so for an instructional laptop example, if we pulled back to going back to just an Ultra 5 but not the V Pro processor and reduce the RAM to 8 gigabytes of RAM with no touch screen, we could get the price down to $1,054. And so the RAM number there is a concern. That could be a computer that might not be a lot of fun to use. If you start opening up a lot of tabs, a lot of internet tabs, applications, it's going to slow down for you. Another thing that I think is important to mention here is all of these devices, again, come with that 5-year warranty, that is going to be between $200 and $300 per device. And what that allows us is anytime that device is damaged in that 5 years, we can get that device repaired. So that's part of the purchase there, is it gives you that 5 years of damage repair inside for the device. The price of the desktops, our current desktops today was $958.61. We actually buy the same for our student and classroom desktops right now. It's an Intel i5 with 14 cores, so it's an older processor, but it has more of those brains inside of there to help it move quickly and process the work it needs to do. Has 16 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes of that solid state drive, and something that is different from our desktops is it has a CD-ROM, CD-DVD-ROM in them. We don't have that in our laptops. Functions of a Lamar CISD staff computer. So what capabilities should a computer in Lamar CISD K through 12 have to support daily instructional administrative tasks? So one of the questions is, what do we need to be able to do with these devices? It needs to be able to run multiple applications at once. That's going to be things like Skyward, taking attendance, Canvas, online instructional tools. It also needs to be able to support locally installed software like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and that interactive flat panel apps that are going to be working if it's connected to an interactive flat panel. It also needs to operate our content filters. We have to filter our internet to remain compliant with federal guidelines there. And then we also have system monitoring and management softwares, and then the antivirus and security tools. We want to make sure that we have solid antivirus on all of our devices, and that can put a little bit of effort on our processors. It needs to do all of those things while maintaining a smooth multitasking performance for seamless instruction and productivity. One of the things, again, revisiting what we discussed last night, we've heard other districts are using Chromebooks. Why aren't we? They are an affordable option, but they tend to be less durable and typically come with shorter warranties. Typically 3 to 4 years would be the max you'd be able to get, often requiring replacement sooner than a standard laptop. Their limited ability to run installed application and reliance on web-based tools can restrict their usefulness for certain instructional needs. Another piece to that is we have our environment that is not Chromebook friendly right now. We would have to develop that environment to make sure we can support those devices. And then another question last night, repurposing refreshed devices. So what does Lamar CISD with computers and iPads after they are refreshed? After devices such as computers and iPads are refreshed, Lamar CISD sells them to a certified reseller. This reseller is responsible for securely wiping all private and sensitive data from the device. Once the data is removed, the reseller evaluates the condition of each device and pays Lamar CISD a current market value based on its state. We'd had a small sale last month, in May 2025. We sold 120 desktops and received $4,860. It was about $40 per desktop. And we sold 201 laptops for $6,001. This is something we always would go out for a negotiation on to try to make sure we're getting the best price for the district. That's when we get a check back to help go back to buying more devices. Any questions on Proposition B?
No questions, but thank you for adding in all that clarification. It was super helpful.
Thank you. All right, Proposition C, one-to-one student device initiative. So this is separating out from the refresh the possibility of going one-to-one in classrooms. So this one-to-one student laptop ratio would be a budget of $10,688,790. The Bond Citizen Committee was 73% in favor. Lamar CISD has 36,459 student laptops and 35,008 students in grades 3 through 12. So right now, we're really close to being able to do one-to-one. With the reallocation of devices and additional purchase for break fix, we could get there without a huge number of devices needing to be added to our environment. The Lamar CISD one-to-one program, though, as a reminder, is not a send home device program. Below is the enrollment expectation for grades 3 through 12 for each of the school years and the number of devices we would need to have in our environment to meet that one-to-one need, plus 10% for the break fix requirement. And the last row is the number of devices per year that we would need, per unit estimated costs. Total devices we would need to purchase over that period of time would be $11,065 for that total of $10,688,790. Increasing total benefits for teachers. What are some potential benefits for our teachers? It's providing every student with a laptop ensures consistent access to essential digital tools like online textbooks, Canvas, and other instructional resources. The access enables teachers to more effectively integrate technology in their lesson planning, enriching daily instruction. It also supports the state requirements for online testing in all of those grade levels 3 through 12 by allowing them the opportunity to give their students regular practice for those digital assessments. For our students, again, having a laptop in the classroom is valuable for students because it helps them build those essential technology literacy skills like typing and navigating digital tools, prepares them for success in an increasingly tech-driven world, giving them that hands-on experience with tools they'll use in the future. Additionally, regular laptop use ensures students are comfortable with the digital platforms used in state-mandated online assessments. Teacher choice, we really want to emphasize this. If we went forward with this program, teachers are that most valuable resource in the classroom. Without them, instruction does not happen. A laptop for every student provides a teacher a known tool available to them, but it does not require them to use that tool. If the teacher wishes to not utilize student laptops for a particular lesson, the teacher has the discretion to do so. By providing the laptop, though, it would give them the peace of mind to know that if they do want to use that technology, they have it available there for them. And a final piece there, we would not be sending student laptops home as part of this program. Any questions on Proposition C?
When you had how many computers we would need to buy each year?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can go back, it had included the 24-25 school year. Why was that included?
Because right now, we have Prop C funds. It was Prop C from the last bond, and we've run out of money to refresh devices that we need to go ahead and, this number. This number is because based on our current enrollment, to be the plus 10% for students we had at the end of May, we would need to buy 2,050 devices.
So really for 25, 26, it would be the 2,050 plus the 2,079?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It would.
So it really be like almost
4,000 devices that year.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. The total would stay the same at the very end.
at the end of the day, yeah.
Yeah.
I would just like us to consider maybe changing the wording of one-to-one. The more that this has been presented and we've heard it and seen it and processed it, we are already one-to-one with the data you're showing. And I think to the public, one-to-one has a very different meaning, especially with our surrounding districts, the way they've implemented one-to-one. And I think the key highlight here is they are not going home. And I think something like an equal access to technology or just being very clear on what it is we're asking, because we're truly not asking for one-to-one in the way that the public thinks of one-to-one. We are more asking for equal access to all students to have the same technology. So I would like us to just think about and maybe just possibly discuss rewording that on the bond.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, technically, all students have equal access to the same technology within the school. They
Yeah,
have equal access in the sense of they are available for use. So you're telling me there's classrooms that don't have access to laptops?
Depending on if they're, yeah, and depending on whenever they're available. For example, if there's a laptop cart per hallway, from what my understanding from listening, if one, say we have a dual credit class that's in there, they're predominantly going to use those more than an elective, and that elective may need it for a one-off lesson or like that, but will they have access to that if that dual credit? So I would say it would be, from my understanding and my presumptiveness, is that they would have to go in there and select it and request it and all that, but there are certain subjects that will be heavier use on that than another subject. But if that other subject says, hey, I have this lesson plan coming up and we can use this, but if that dual credit class is over here, which is, there's a whole other entity involved in this with the Lone Star, they are been working, all that stuff. This one may not have access to it if this is heavily used over here.
Right, and I know that libraries also have laptop cards that can be checked out. But, I mean, technically, if we are already one-to-one, to say that one classroom doesn't get laptops for a whole week or I mean, you do, you have to plan your lessons and you have to reserve them. But if we are one-to-one, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, I'm just saying I don't think that that is a huge problem. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I think what Ms. Henderson's point is the one-to-one may turn off voters. And so considering alternate wordings, it doesn't have to be equal access. We don't have to get hung up on what that word is going to be right now, but maybe just start brainstorming and thinking of a more.
Well, student device initiative, maybe.
And again, for the public, if you did not catch that we had a board workshop and talked about this at length last night and you're confused why this is suddenly a separate prop, you can go back to our website and watch the workshop from last night because we did discuss a lot of this. We decided to separate out the prop for the student device initiative, the one-to-one, because there was a concern that maybe this would sink the entire refresh, and the refresh is needed. So.
But yeah, I think giving the public, like you said, exactly what it is, and then they can decide. I mean, it's up to them to decide. So.
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
So good evening. I'm back up to talk about Proposition D. There was extensive conversations about the stadiums. So I brought the board some options when it comes to that. So the first option would be a 6,000-seat trailer stadium, and we'll go into more depth of what that looks like. That would be a $26.7 million project. And then if we were to add a 6,000-seat stadium at the Terry High School replacement, you're looking at $66.56 million for a total of $93.3 million. So 6,000 seats at Trailer Stadium, we will be replacing the bleachers. Again, like we said last night, no engineer will be able to look at those bleachers and be able to repair or adjust them. So we would have to take all of the bleachers down, both home and visitor side. In doing that, it triggers the requirements for adding restrooms, concession stands, ADA requirements. A lot of our sound system is attached to those systems. So as it comes down, we would replace the sound system and then updating the school board that currently exists at the facility. So that would be the encompass. Again, that was part of our facility assessment that the board looked at last night. Looking at it, extrapolating the soft cost, the FF&E, design cost, and escalation, that's how we got to that number. The second option was, can a stadium fit at the Terry High School complex at the Klosterhof in Spur 10 if that's where the location was, if Terry High School was to be replaced there? It would. We would have 6,000 seats. It would be matching what Trailer Stadium has. We would have to use the elementary school site. There is currently an elementary school site, a part of that land plan that we have, master land plan on that site. We would have to use that elementary school site for that stadium if that's what we choose to do. The other thing is by doing that, it cuts a lot of cost off because the stadium would be located directly behind the CTE Center. So for parking for the stadium, we can use the CTE Center and the high school, Terry High School, for the required code for all the parking for the stadium. If we were to include the stadium, we would have to reduce the land and land development budget by $52 million to be able to stay within our current budget. So the land budget would go from $169 million to $117 million for land and land development. So what we've done is these are all the propositions that was presented tonight. Proposition D is trailer stadium only, not having the second stadium at the Terry High School complex. So the total would be $1,985,033,558. If we were to add a second stadium, so you'd have Trailer and Ranger Stadium, would be Proposition D. You're looking at reducing Proposition A, increasing Proposition D. The total bond would be $1,999,593,558. Are there any questions about Prop D before we go into the financial data?
I'm very surprised to see you all present this, like this, the 93 million. I do not like being a wet blanket. Prop D, as presented right here on this screen, as we're seeing, that will fail. The public has proven that in this district. I do not think that the public has an appetite for high school stadiums of $93 million. So my question is twofold. One, does it cost us with the county, since they run our elections, we contract with the elections office, if we add a Prop E? Because what I'm thinking is we break out repairs to trailer as one, and we put verbiage on that ballot that says necessary repairs to bring it up to code or something along those lines. And then say a second, Prop E would be another stadium. Because I would hate, I mean, where we got for this last night was taking away the upgrades to one district auditorium as a fine arts mega center, basically, to make the necessary repairs to Trailer Stadium to bring it up to code and reducing the seating. And there was a consensus on the board of, we have to do that. We have to ask the public for the money to borrow the money to do that. But I think if we combine it with the second stadium, I just can't see the public supporting it after they've rejected it 4 times in the last 5 years.
Yes, sir, Mr. West, that's why we have this without the second stadium, but the second stadium was mentioned last night. So we went through the exercise of at least saying what it would cost and what would it look like and what would we have to take out if we were to put a second one in. So we just wanted to present the options to the board based on the discussions.
So does it cost the district to add a Prop E? With each prop, do we incur more of a cost from the elections? Does anybody know? And if there is a cost, is it significant? Is it just like an extra?
No, so I don't believe there's additional cost. There's just the cost of partnering with the county to actually host the election, regardless of how many propositions we have on there, is what I believe. But we have our bond counsel in the room also that can maybe be able to help us with that question. I don't know. But from the invoices that we get from the county, right? So regardless of what propositions we've had in the past, the invoices have always been like to partner with the county on running the election itself, not necessarily how many props we have. So I don't think there would be an additional expense.
I'd like to express that I agree with Trustee Welch. I've heard it said that insanity is repeating the same action and expecting different results. I raised the idea of considering a stadium. Now that I've seen the cost, frankly, I'd rather withdraw that altogether. I mean, I don't think that we have a strong appetite for a stadium at that cost. And frankly, I believe that the original idea to repair Trader Stadium, I think is our best bet. I do appreciate your work. You are correct. It's based on the discussion. But nonetheless, I don't think the public has an appetite for a stadium of that cost at this point in time. So I don't think there's a need for a Prop E.
Ma'am, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Stephanie Leiby. I'm with Norton Rose Fulbright, and our firm serves as bond counsel to the district. So Dr. Nivens is right. A lot of the costs associated with the election are fixed costs, so you don't normally incur additional costs for the number of propositions that you have. There are certain administrative costs that will incrementally go up. So you have to pay for newspaper publications before you have an election. The longer your notice, the more propositions that are running in that newspaper ad, the more the ad costs. Similarly, we have to have election orders translated by a professional translator into various languages. They do that translation on a per word basis. So the more words you have, the higher cost of translation. But for the overall cost of the election, those increases would be nominal.
Are we able to put the wording on there that we would like as a board, or is it restricted to some kind of?
There's latitude within the language that would go within the proposition. So if you wanted to separate the two stadiums into separate propositions, we would identify them by the high school that the stadium itself would be located at. So you would vote each high school stadium independently.
I'll say just one more thing, and then I'll shut up for everybody. I just think that when we put this on the repairs to trailers as a standalone item failed in 2023 with the public. And so I don't know how much the public understood, how much financing it needs to be brought up to code. I would like to see us put some strong verbiage in there to let the public know when they read the ballot, this is not to, this is not an AT&T NRG stadium here we're trying to build or repair. We're trying to bring things up to code, and we're trying to make this safe. This is our main stadium for the district, and we really need permission to borrow this money to do that. I'd like to make sure that's clear to the public on the ballot.
I agree, and I also just want to say, now to make the repairs, we're looking at 26 million. Like, the longer we wait to make these repairs, the more expensive it is going to be every time we go out. So we asked for 15 million in 2023, and now we are back at 26 million for even less work because we've fixed some of the things already. And we've reduced the seating.
Yes, ma'am. Some of the things that I just want to inform the board as we look at this $26.7 million is if the bond passes in November, we don't get funding until the spring of '27. By the time we complete the design work and do the competitive bidding that is required, we will not be able to start the repair in December of '26. So it would have to be in December of '27 between the end, from then until August of '28 for us to be able to do the significant amount of repairs. So there's some inflation built in this because even though the bond will be passing in '25, it's not looking at opening until the fall of '28 just because of all the sequencing that we have to do with code and code compliance and bidding and things of that nature.
Yeah,
Mr. Buchanan, why wouldn't you want to have the repairs to Trader Stadium if it passes in the first series it's sold on Wall Street?
Even if it is in the first series, it's going to take us anywhere between 6 to 7 months for the design process at least, and getting all the drawings specific.
I see.
And then putting it out to bid, which is another 2-3 month process. By the time we do that, we'll be able to award the bid, but we won't have enough time to complete all the work before the fall of '27, which is basically August 1st is when all the students come back, we start using the field again. That's where it becomes tight. We might be able to do the visitor side in one phase, and then we'll just have to see what that phasing looks like. But we're looking at a total completion by the fall of '28.
I see.
Can you please remind us what the previous bonds or requests were for the new stadiums? Do you know off the top of your head? I'm looking on the website, I don't see that on there.
The second stadium or the
Yeah, for a second
Harris?
stadium, for an additional stadium.
I would have to look up that information.
I
and get it.
remember in November 2020, it was $93 million for a 10,000-seat concrete stadium. And Kevin McKeever, if he's around, he remembers this because I remember talking to him a lot about it. 2 years later, it was at least $190 million because of inflation costs, the supply chain costs, and we were going to add some buildings for our CTE students to use. So I believe it was at least $190 million. So at almost $100 million more. And then I can't remember the exact dollar amount, 15 million roughly in 2023. All of that failed.
And while I completely appreciate the exercise of the Ranger Stadium, and it's helpful to know what that looks like and how much that would cost, I agree with Trustee Welch. I just don't think it's worth putting out there.
But we got the exercise, so we ran through the whole exercise today to be able to bring at least the information back for a discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ludwig to do the financial data.
Thank you. All right, so we'll start with where we are today. We have currently outstanding bonds in the amount of $3 billion. Our INS tax rate is 48 cents, and the INS rate itself has decreased about 12 cents over the last 4 years. We've been working to model various sizes of elections. and issuances of bonds. We've been working with our financial advisor, Post Oak Municipal Advisors. And so more specifically, we've honed it down to $2 billion. And we've used conservative assumptions or variables in these models. We are looking at 4 bond sales annually, beginning in 2026. And the tax rate would never increase with this election above the current 48 cents that it is now. With that, I can answer questions.
I'd just like to raise a couple of points. I agree that last time we had a robust discussion regarding the issuance of the bonds, but one of the things that I want to express, and I want to encourage the public to bear in mind, is that several times this evening, you've explained that what we're proposing to do is decrease the tax rate despite the issuance of the bonds. And it's important that the public understand that when they vote on the bonds, there will most likely, or there will be, a statement on the ballot that indicates that it is a tax increase, correct?
Right.
And that's beyond the control of this board. It's part of the legal requirement of the wording. And so one of the things that I've noticed is the public automatically presumes that when we're issuing debt, that we're also automatically increasing the tax rate, and that is not true. That's not correct.
Correct. We are able to maintain a steady tax rate, depending on how the variables actually play out. Mainly, the most important one, of course, is value growth.
Yes, ma'am. And in the event that a person is paying higher taxes, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be a result of higher valuations.
Correct.
Which this board has no control over.
Correct.
It's the appraisal district that issues the valuations.
Right.
Now, beyond that, if a resident files a age 65 tax exemption, then they will receive favorable tax treatment.
Right.
Can you speak and walk us through the process of the freeze and how it impacts seniors age 65 and how they're not going to be as adversely impacted by the issuance of this debt?
Right. Once a taxpayer files for that exemption and their tax amount is frozen, it's actually frozen at that same dollar amount, no matter what we do as far as issuing bonds. And that's the most important piece.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
the time that it could change, of course, would be if that taxpayer made improvements to their home, maybe renovations or, expanded the square footage of their home or something like that. Then the appraisal district would revalue the home, and of course, their taxes would end up being impacted by that. But that would be based on their personal choices versus the debt that we issue.
Okay, thank you. And so essentially, what we're proposing here is lowering the tax rate based on the calculation that you provided, going out to issue debt and to borrow money from investors, and we in turn promise to pay them back their principal plus interest through debt service.
Correct.
My understanding of what we discussed last night is that we as a municipality school district will receive a more favorable interest rate based on the permanent school fund bond rating of
Right.
AAA. Is that correct?
Right, yes.
So would you venture to say that a bond rating is comparable to a FICO score, a consumer going out and having an excellent FICO score and having the most favorable interest rate?
In many ways it is, yes, as well as our underlying rating. As soon as we start the process of selling bonds, our local credit is also evaluated. They look at all the various statements and audits and various things that we release, and then they give us a rating based on the local district, financial strength and stability.
Yes, ma'am. So part of the robust discussion we had with Mr. Buchanan last night is that there are several significant developments that are part of the growth, part of the explosive growth we're experiencing. In the southern part of the district specifically, Emberley, Austin Point, DeGeorge, and there's one other, Brookwater, I believe it is. Those particular developments, once they come online and start paying property taxes, will share in the repayment of that debt service. So in other words, it's the new growth that's helping pay for the new facilities that we're providing.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
Trustees, based on your conversations and feedback from last night, we put together a draft timeline for potential survey. And so we could start tomorrow, based on your conversations and input from this evening, develop some draft questions for your review. By this Friday, we can include that in the LBU to get your feedback on both the questions and the format of the survey itself. Then the week of the 23rd to 27th, that's next week, I believe, we can finalize survey questions and content, identify how we want to distribute the survey, and then we can launch the survey during the week of June 30th through July 4th. We'll leave the survey up for approximately 3 weeks, so July 7th through the 11th would be a mid-check, where we, check the response rates, send some reminders out. And the week of July 14th through the 18th would be the final promo push, with the survey closing on Friday, July 18th. That lets us utilize the week of July 21st to 25th to analyze the data, put together any necessary reports. We can share that data with you in that Friday's LBU on July 25th. And in the week of July 28th through August 1st, use that time to prepare materials for the August 12th board meeting, and then have all the information ready to present to you at the August 12th board meeting.
And the August 12th board meeting is when we have to call, is that our deadline? Or no?
No, we just said it for August 12th, but actually it's the following week is the deadline.
Okay.
And so we want the board to have plenty of time to have those conversations. Ms. Laba will be here also to help with draft that language. And so if the board doesn't call it that night, you have until the following week to do that.
Okay.
Could I ask you a question? So we have people in the community that aren't obviously in the school district, so we don't have their emails. Would it be possible for us to maybe discuss putting a link on the website? So for other community members that go to our website to look at the bond or
Oh, absolutely.
details, and they would be able to take it that way?
Since the bond extends beyond just our ISD employees, it goes to all residents who live within our zone, we would send it out, post it on our website, but also share it via social media.
I like the idea of sending out a survey. It's just one more piece of information that we can use, so might as well. So thank you for putting that timeline together. Are we good to move forward with that?
Yes, ma'am. If that's what y'all like to do, you move forward with that. I know a couple months ago, Trustee Welch asked about making sure we're able to have input on survey data that what the board needs to make decisions. And so that's why we built in at the first part, where we can create a draft, but then send that to the trustees to get your input, to see how things are worded and the format itself. And so once we get all the input from you, then we will have a final draft that we will send out to everyone and ask for feedback on that. And then once all that is settled, then we can roll it out. So if that's what the board wishes to do, we can definitely do that.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Okay, also trustees, because our bond counsel is here, if you have any questions about ethics, oh, we do, okay. Oh, there we go, see?
Stephanie Leiby again with Norton Rose Fulbright, bond counsel to the district. So I'm just going to provide you all with a general overview of bond election ethics tonight. So the ethics themselves, or the nuances associated with the ethics law, get very kind of down into the weeds and the minutia. The a point for tonight's discussion is to give you all high-level parameters, and then if there are any specific questions, those can be funneled directly to us through Dr. Nivens, Jill, or any other staff members. So it's important to remember with bond election ethics, they apply when the district has a measure that's been called before the voters. So the conversation I'm going to have tonight relating to do's and don'ts assumes that the district has called the bond election. Before the board actually acts to call the election, these rules don't apply because there is no quote-unquote measure before the voters. So as a general law, or as a general rule, district resources can only be used to provide information to the voters. So the district is not allowed to use its resources directly or indirectly to engage in any kind of advocacy associated with the voters. So you can't advocate for or against any bond measure after the bond election has been called. That advocacy is direct, the expenditure of district funds, or indirect, the use of district resources in advocacy. Indirect resources would involve district technology, so computer systems, email listserv addresses, school facilities, the buildings themselves. So anything that the district has invested time, money, resources in, again, cannot be used to advocate for the bond. District does have an obligation to inform and educate its voters of the fact that they have called the bond election, and these are the measures that will appear on the bond election that the district is asking the voters to approve. As bond counsel, we're happy to review any and all district material that goes out to the voters. And so staff can send us all the information, whether it's web pages, videos, flyers, all of that we'll review, provide comment on before it goes out to the voters to ensure that that line between advocacy and information is never crossed. So again, keeping it very high level, right? If you're providing information to the voters, it is completely acceptable to use district time, district staff, district resources to push that information out. If you have anything that falls into the line of advocacy, you're trying to encourage someone either to vote for or against a proposition, then no district resources, directly or indirectly, can be used in that manner. So, high level, but if you all have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. And again, happy to take questions as they arise. Through the process, I'll also be here at the August meetings to help you all craft proposition language, make suggestions, receive board feedback, and work to get an election order in place if you all decide to call the bond election.
Does anybody have questions? Okay, Dr. Nivens?
So outside of a duly called board meeting, are trustees able to advocate for or against the bond using their personal resources outside of a board meeting?
Trustees outside of board meetings are allowed to advocate for the bond if they choose to do so. Trustees are not district employees, and so there are no district resources that are being utilized. Again, if they're not on the dais, they're not operating in their role as a trustee. A trustee would not be allowed to use a district-issued laptop or other type of technology if they were going to disseminate the information through social media, email, anything along those lines. But personal computers, personal time, outside of a board meeting, a trustee, if they chose to advocate for the bond, would be allowed to do so.
Are there fines or consequences if, I mean, let's just say we're talking in a board meeting and someone accidentally says, like, we really need this bond, or we need, you know what I'm saying, what would happen?
So there are civil penalties associated. It's a Class B misdemeanor. if someone advocates intentionally or unintentionally for the bond, there is no de minimis exception, so it is a bright line rule. Historically, we've seen that complaints have been routed through the Texas Ethics Commission if there is a violation. Recent years, some of those investigations have been redirected to either TEA or to the AG's office.
So let's say a marketing class in our high school, they could put out information about the bond, but they could not put out information that is pro-bond or, okay.
That's correct. So say you wanted to have some type of student-led project.
Right.
They could create an informational flyer that had the number of propositions, the type of propositions, election day, voting hours, anything that falls within the realm of factual information. They could not put anything out that would encourage someone to either vote for or against the bond. And we extend that to what we call tacit advocacy. And so as we review information that school districts put together, we look for that type of tacit advocacy. So you wouldn't want your students to put, a box with a check to indicate a vote yes. We wouldn't want that to go on anything that would be district issued. So as we review information before it's disseminated, those are the types of things that we're looking for. And it's really important after you call the bond election, you don't talk about district needs. It's really important, or it's really easy to couch things because it is a need. But through ethics opinions, they've told us that they view couching things as needs as, again, tacit advocacy. So we characterize all the projects in accordance with TEA standards and requirements associated with curriculum, so that we're tying the bond projects to the services that the district's actually providing.
And we also cannot incentivize teachers to vote. We can't incentivize students to go home and tell their parents to vote. Is that correct?
So we don't want to incentivize anyone to vote. We do want to encourage voter registration.
Okay.
Right? And so it's actually within the education code itself that school districts are supposed to encourage students to register to vote as soon as they become eligible. And so again, falling within that realm of information or informational information that can be put out, you can do voter registration drives. You can remind people of deadlines associated with voter registration in and of itself, but we don't want to provide that incentivization.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, trustees, next we have SEL review guidelines. This is something else that was also brought up by our policy committee to present to the entire board. And so I have Dr. Waits at the podium.
Good evening, Dr. Nivens, Board of Trustees, Madam President. Tonight I'm going to present to you the SEL review guidelines. So as Dr. Nivens just stated, that this was presented by the Board Policy Committee for the administration to create a committee to review our current SEL curriculum and supplements. So here are our committee members. It goes from our executive director to our counselors. And that meeting date was on May 2nd, and they will meet quarterly. And then the topics discussed were the SEL curriculum selection rubric, also the current, reviewing the current SEL curriculum and supplements, and then the committee determining the curriculum based on the rubric. Here are curriculum and supplements here, and I'm going to give brief descriptions of them on the next slides. And so for our curriculum for Character Counts, it's based on trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. For Responsive Counselor, it's based on counseling resources of self-regulation and conflict resolution. For Quabar, which is pending, meaning it's going to be implemented this coming school year, it's focused on a digital SEL curriculum for younger students. Core essential values is pending as well, and it's focused on courage, honesty, and respect through stories and activities. Here are our supplements here. So Little Spot of Feelings series focuses on managing emotions for elementary students. Social Studies Weekly focuses on healthy habits. No Place for Hate focused on school climate through student projects. And at this time, the committee decided, based on the rubric, it did not meet the requirements to be implemented for the next school year, based on not meeting board policy. Why Try is pending to be utilized for next school year, and it's helping teens handle challenges. And so here's our current rubric here. I'm going to go through these 3 slides. And these 3 slides are going to have a key points at the bottom, so you can definitely see. You don't have to read the entire rubric at this time. So it goes from need to improvement to exemplary. You can see these categories here. And then you can finally see the categories here regarding the rubric. And the key point is it's with LCL practices, it's embedded in classrooms, and it aligns with district policy. Also, it's student learning focused with appropriate grade level SEL instruction. And it's collaborative and data-driven approach. It's for continuous improvement and with align with district goals. So here's the flow chart that the committee utilized, and I'm going to zoom in. So you can see if the curriculum is not age relevant, it is not seen at all. So it determines if it's age relevant, and it's yes. Then it's reviewed by the committee to see if it aligns with policy. If it does not align with policy, it is immediately rejected. And then it goes to the next part about cost. If it does not align with policy, then it's immediately rejected. But if yes, it goes further to the committee review. The director reviews it, submission to the executive director, and then final approval from the chief student service officer, which is me. And then at this time, do I have any question regarding these before I go into the updates for SBs and HBs?
So that, for the high school curriculum, the Why Try, what does pending mean?
Pending means it's going to be utilized for this school year. It's been piloted at some campuses, but it's going to be pending for this next upcoming school year.
Okay, so Quavar would also be pending then?
Yes, ma'am. All right, I'm going to move forward with our Senate bills and House bill updates that are on the desk of the governor at this time. And this is updates for you and information for you at this time. So for Senate Bill 12, parental rights and the DEI ban, and HB 6 related to mental health and student support. So for House Bill 12 regarding parental rights and the DEI ban, it bans DEI duties for K through 12 public schools. Also, it gives the option for to parents to opt out of any type of thing that deems inappropriate, any topic for their student or their child. And it prohibits staff from counseling or facilitating student social gender without parent consent. And we currently implemented this in Lamar CISD with our FA policy. Also, a part of the Senate Bill 12 requires written parent permission for any student to join any non-curricular campus club. And then if we don't abide by these rules, we could get funds withholded from us. And then House Bill 6 relating to mental health and student support. Now, the House bill says that parent consent is required for mental health and screening services. And we currently implement this with our policy FFEB, legal in our district. And telehealth services is also currently implemented in our district with TCHAT, which is Texas Child Health Access Service through telemedicine, which is a virtual doctor. And the bill requires schools, districts to have that. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to keep up.
That's all right.
Next up, we have the Spring 2025 preliminary STAR test results.
Yes, so this was we just received our STAR data, domains 1 and 2, fresh off the press. And so, as you know, we always want to make sure we share it with the board as soon as we get it, so we can just have a conversation about it. So I have Mr. Moore at the podium that will go through our preliminary data, and then we'll be able to answer any questions the board may have after that.
Okay, good evening, Board and Dr. Nivens. We're going to discuss STAR overview. Just as a reminder, the STAR test stands for the State of Texas Assessments of Academic Readiness. It's been the official state test since 2012. It's based on the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, which are curriculum standards in the state of Texas. It provides a foundational data for accountability system, the A through F accountability system. And these results are preliminary based on what we've received from TEA at this point. Preliminary results generally include all students, and so they're usually a little bit lower than the final results that exclude students that may have enrolled later in the school year. So this is very much subject to change. Just as an overview, there are 3 performance levels on the STAR test. The highest performance level is what's called master's grade level. Students that earn master's grade level are expected to succeed in the next grade level with little or no academic intervention. It's kind of akin to getting an A on the test. Meets grade level, students who earn meets grade level have a high likelihood of success in the next grade or course, but may need some short-term targeted interventions. It's kind of like getting a B on the test. And then approaches grade level, students are likely to succeed in the next grade level with targeted academic intervention, and it's kind of like getting a C on the test. So we're looking at the percentages of students who earned each one of those performance levels. Looking at our reading, language, arts, for the most part, at approaches, we stayed at or near, or at or in the 80s for all of our grade levels. Our at approaches, at meets, we were in the 60s, except in 5th grade where our students performed in the 70s. And then for grades 3 through 8, we were either in the 30s or 40s at the master's grade level. You notice there is a drop towards the end with English 1 and English 2. That's something that our teaching and learning department will be discussing a little bit more, but it's not something that's uncommon. We generally see that, especially with English 2, because we have a lot of students that are retesting. And that's not only with us, but that's statewide. Comparing to where we were last year versus this year, we are at the same at approaches as we were last year. We did see a slight increase in the percentage of students earning meets, and also a slight increase in the percentage of students earning masters. Going forward to math, grades 3 through 6, and then 7 and 8, we remained near, at or near the 80 percentile, or the percent level with approaches. Our meets stayed within the 50s, and then our masters stayed generally in the 20s or the 30s. The one exception that we have is 7th grade math. And 7th grade math, we do have a programmatic change at 7th grade math where about 40% of our 7th graders actually take the 8th grade test because they get onto an advanced math path. A little bit more discussion will be coming after I go through the slides, this first set of slides, and the teaching and learning department will be addressing that at the end of the presentation. Looking at where we were overall, with approaches, we're in the same place relatively. We did see a 2-point gain with meets, and we saw a 5-point gain with masters. So we have more students making an A in math than what we saw in previous years. Science, we see a gain in scores going up from 74% at approaches in 5th grade up to 94% with biology. We see a similar increase with fifth grade science, 38% at meets, going up to 75% with biology. And then at master's grade level, 17% at master's, going up to almost 30% in biology. We had gains across the board with science. We had gains of 2 points at approaches, 3 points at meets, and we were right about where we were last year overall with masters. Finally, social studies. At 8th grade social studies, we had approaches at 64%, going up to 97% by the time we reach high school U.S. history. Meets 38 going up to 79, and then masters 21 going up to 51. Just as a reminder though, that the 8th grade test is not a high stakes test, whereas the U.S. history test in high school is a graduation requirement. So there's a lot of times a carrot out there for students to do better with the high school test than they do with the junior high test. Overall, looking year to year, we remained relatively the same, had a slight decrease at approaches, slight decrease at meets, and we were in the same place at master's grade level. Just a 50,000 foot view of how accountability ratings are determined in Texas. We have 3 different domains in Texas with the A through F system. The first one is student achievement, which for most campuses, or all campuses at some extent, is the STAR scores you just saw count into that domain 1, except at the high school level, where they also factor in graduation and college, career, and military readiness as extra indicators. School progress, which is domain 2, that has 2 pieces, where you have yearly growth on the STAR test, plus relative performance for a campus based on how they perform against other campuses with the same amount of economically disadvantaged students. And then finally is domain 3, which is closing the gaps. That shows us how much we have gaps between different groups of students based on race, ethnicity, programs such as emerging bilingual, special ed, economically disadvantaged. So at this point, when we look at how ratings are determined, the state takes the better of either domain 1 or domain 2 as 70% of the score. And as of today, we have estimates for 70% of the score. So what I'm going to show you in the next slide is based on the estimates we currently have. That 30% from closing gaps, we do not have yet, but we should have some estimates coming in within the next week or so. So just based on the first 2 domains that we have, we're anticipating that we're going to have at least 24 A-rated campuses, 13 B-rated campuses, 6 C-rated campuses, and 2 campuses right now that are at D-rated. Just a couple of bits of information to go along with that. D-rated campuses require extra intervention at the campus level and the district to direct that intervention. So if we do have those D-rated campuses, we will be talking more about improvement plans for those campuses. And then also a reminder that in our district, middle schools and junior highs share the same rating because they're in the same grade level group as far as how TEA constructs the rating system. They're both considered middle schools according to TEA, even though we have a separate campus for 6th grade versus 7th and 8th. Now, at this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to our folks in teaching and learning, and I have Ms. Marchena, Oh, just a timeline. By the end of this month, we should have our initial projections. In July, we'll have the final release of the data files. August 13th, we'll have the ratings sent to the districts. August 15th, those will go public. And then in December, we'll receive our academic performance report and our school report cards, and then we'll gather back in January or February timeline for the public hearing for those reports. And now I have Ms. Marchino.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. There were a couple of areas that we anticipated you might have some questions on, so we wanted to just be proactive and address those from the beginning. Mr. Moore mentioned 7th grade math being an outlier or just a little bit different. And I said, just want to remind everyone that in our 7th grade math area, that's where students start to divide into 2 different pathways for mathematics. So we start in 6th grade with pre-AP math. And when we do that, we compact curriculum and start to combine 6th grade and 7th grade TEKS. So in 6th grade, our pre-AP path students take the 6th grade STAR test. But as they move into 7th grade, they've covered the remaining 7th grade TEKS and all of the 8th grade TEKS. So we test them with the 8th grade STAR test. And the 8th grade STAR test is for 8th grade. Algebra 1, then they take Algebra 1 as 8th graders. So again, 6th grade STAR, 7th grade, 8th grade STAR, and then Algebra 1 EOC when they hit 8th grade. The 8th grade STAR test and the Algebra 1 EOC, they're allowed to use a calculator. Our 7th grade testers then is a much smaller testing population, and those 7th graders are students who are taking on-level 7th grade math. So when we look at supports for 7th grade math, we know that initially we have an area of growth and an opportunity. And so our curriculum team is working intentionally this summer to lay some additional resources out for teachers, starting with unit overview videos, which walk teachers through the planning process for each video or each unit to make sure they understand the content and the TEKS. We already have daily model lessons that are TEKS aligned, engaging, and interactive available for all teachers to use. We're adding additional supplemental resources specifically to build numerical fluency. So students in 7th grade aren't yet allowed to use the calculator, and so just really building those skills to make sure that the processes related to addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division are just easy for students to take off their plate. We have lead forward MathMark intervention resources to address any skill gaps that might exist. And then we're going to offer in the 25-26 school year collaborative planning opportunities where on the half days at the end of each month, we provide opportunities for teachers to come together across the district with our district level support team available to answer questions and just provide additional planning support because this is such a targeted group of students and we want to make sure our teachers have all of the tools that they need to plan effective instruction. Now, these ideas all come from feedback and formative assessment that we've done along the way. As we continue to get STAR data layers, so we get item analysis, we get specific TEK reports, we get to see the questions that were on the test, we'll unpack that data in more detail and we'll continue to develop action steps to address specific areas of concern. The other area that I want to tackle just a little bit is the master's level performance in English 1 and English 2. We have a challenge keeping our English 1 and 2 students motivated to show us what they know in reading and writing, and so we want to continue to develop their skill set. These are a couple of areas of focus for us related to reading specifically. We want to make sure we're providing students with a variety of different text opportunities and complex text that are layered thinking to reach that master's level performance. And we want to provide students opportunities to discuss. So something like a Socratic seminar where they're having dialogue about text, comparing ideas with other students, and really developing their thinking, stretching their brains to make sure we're, again, meeting those higher levels of performance. A big piece of the test is writing. Students have to write analytically. So we want to create writers. We want to create frequent opportunities for low stakes writing. Just get kids to understand that they can communicate through writing confidently and comfortably. And then we want to dig into that analytical writing and provide opportunities for students to practice building an analytical writing piece that's supported with evidence, that is text aligned, and that is complex so that they are communicating at that master's level performance. And again, just like with 7th grade math and really with all of our tested areas. We'll continue to get specific item analysis data and dig in deep as that data unfolds over this next month and address any specific areas of concern that we identify. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have, or Mr. Moore, I'm sure will be glad to as well.
So, Mr. Moore, can you go back to any one of the graphs? That's good right there. And so, trustees, I had a conversation with the trustee this morning about approaches, meets, and masters data. And so the question was, can we separate that out? Because master's students also met and they also approached. And so master students really count for us 3 times, if that makes sense. And so the question was, can we pull out like the students that only approached, students that only met the students that met masters. And so I talked with my team earlier today when I got back to the office, and so we're going to work that out, how we can pull that data. And so according to the timeline that Mr. Moore presented, we said sometime in the fall, we'll get our taper report back, and then we'll present that to the board in January. What I'm going to ask the team to do is that we prepare to bring this back to the board sometime in August after we get all of our ratings, right? Sometime in August, and then be able to separate that data out that the board would like to see on what approaches, meets, and masters means. And then also we'll have some more clear guidance or some clear definitions or pathway on where all of our campus landed. And so I don't want to jinx them, but Terry High School is projected to be an A-rated campus. And so, yes, that's Dr. Smith and her team. And so I want to bring that up because, Terry High School has struggled in the past instructionally. And in her second year being the principal there, now they are projected to be an A-rated campus. And so I don't want to jinx it because we still have our Domain 3 that comes, right? And so I'm proud of all of our campuses, but I know being a principal that has been at a Title I campus myself for I don't know how many years, it's a different kind of struggle because you have students with more needs, right, overall. And so for that campus to go from a D-rated campus in the past to now A-rated campus now speaks volumes to the staff, the students, the parents, and the leadership at that campus. And so I wanted to give them a shout out because I talked to Dr. Smith this morning, and just super proud of the students and the staff and the leadership at that campus. But again, sometime in September, October, we're going to bring back to the board. We're going to work out how we can separate that data so the trustees can see it exactly how it was requested earlier.
Did you have a question?
So with the 7th grade math, you said that there was model lessons. So is that there's lesson plans that have already been created that teachers are able to use if they?
Yes, ma'am. Yep, daily lesson plans ready to go.
Okay. Is that written by LCISD staff or?
Yes. So the curriculum team lead teachers. So it's a team that works together to refine those lessons each summer. But those lessons over the course of probably the last 2 or 3 years have been refined and edited into a point where we have lessons for every day.
Okay. So is that something we just provide for 7th grade because we're looking at them specifically, or is that provided for?
We have model lessons available at every grade level and every content. For 7th grade, we have daily lessons.
Okay.
So we have model lessons available for all. We don't have daily lessons available at all levels. It just depends on saturation.
Okay. And then one of the other things to what Dr. Nivens was saying, we have ratings from last year and then our goals and what our goals were and where we fall in line with those when we get the new data? Is that?
Yes, ma'am. We can have that for you.
Just one piece of clarification, though. We don't have final TEA ratings from '24 because those are still injuncted in court. We do have final TEA ratings for '23, so anything we give you from '24 is still a projection.
And those are part of our campus climate surveys, campus climate.
Campus improvement plan.
Campus improvement plans that are posted on, if you go to a school's website, they have their campus improvement plan posted for anybody to see.
Yes.
I have a quick question about a rating, and I don't necessarily know how to ask it, but if you have a student who, let's say, in 5th grade got meets on their math, and then they move to 6th grade and they also get meets, but their score still goes down, do those students, one, do those students get intervention? And 2, does that affect our rating if they're sliding down instead of going up?
If you're talking about if they're still in the same performance level, if they're still in meets, what it means is that you get a half a point as a campus instead of getting a full point in either moving ahead to masters or staying at masters. So it does have a slight impact. Usually students, when you have that small of a movement, every student will get intervention, but those are not as targeted as a student that, say, was at meets grade level and then moves back to approaches. Those are students who we don't get any points for, and those are students who need greater level of targeted intervention.
And is that graded in the other category, the 30%?
That's actually, it's in domain 2, which is part of that 70%, but there is a small bit of it in the 30% as well, so we get hit twice.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Ms. Marchena. Okay, moving on to future consent. Are there any items on the future consent agenda that trustees would like to pull for discussion at the August board meeting? Nope. Okay, we're going to go into closed session. It is 10:54 p.m. We are adjourning to closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082, the Open Meetings Act, to discuss personnel, land acquisition, or consultation with our attorney.
The Board of Trustees are returning from closed session. The Board of Trustees are returning from closed session.
It is 11:38 PM. We are now back in open session. We have a quorum. Are there any motions to be made?
Yes, Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase of land on Reading Road and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute the contract as discussed in closed session.
Okay, do I have a second? Trustee Marster seconds. Any discussion? Now call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Aye, I'm sorry. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, are there any other motions?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase of land on Avenue I and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute the contract as discussed in closed session.
Do I have a second? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Do I have any other motions?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase of an elementary site in Austin Point and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute the contract.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Arroyo seconds. Now call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Any more motions?
Yes, Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the memorandums of understanding between the local police agencies and Lamar CISD as discussed in closed session.
Okay, do I have a second? Trustee Welch seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 7-0. The meeting is adjourned. It is 11:41 PM.